Chapter 1059. Rumor had it that Lord Enchanting was a knife in the hands of the saint. With a cold face and a cold heart, he was decisive in killing. Even if he had killed thousands of people and fought on the battlefield, he would still be cold and cruel. But today, he knew how to write the word scared for the first time. Chu Luiyue was smiling, but Enchanting felt a chill down his spine. He felt that he had said something wrong. And it was not just a little wrong, but a big mistake. He struggled to say, no, His Highness has something important to discuss with that person. It's not about anything else, oh. Chu Luiyue nodded. It seems that it's really something important. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't come. The consort selection hall is just around the corner. He must be very busy. Enchanting felt that it was useless to keep struggling. He closed his eyes in despair. Ms. Luiyue, take it that I'm begging you. Please follow me up first. His Highness will be worried if he doesn't see you later. I'm an outsider. Now I can come to the Yuntian Tower because of my relationship with the Lin family of Dongtian Cliff. Naturally, I have to go with them. How can I just leave like this? Chu Luiyue refused without thinking. She didn't have to come because he didn't want to, but she had to go because he wanted her to. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Besides, why can't I see him? In 4 hours, the birthday banquet will start. Won't we see him then? But, it's really inconvenient for you to stay here, Enchanting wanted to persuade her again, but when he looked up and saw Chu Luiyue's faint smile, he swallowed the rest of his words and changed the topic. Then I'll listen to you. If there's anything, just let me know. Chu Luiyue waved his hand. Okay, since you've said it out loud, I'll see what I can do. Let's go. Although Chu Luiyue urged her to leave, Enchanting still respectfully sent her back to her previous place. When the two of them arrived at the door of the room, everyone in the room heard the commotion and looked over. Then. I'll leave first. After Enchanting finished speaking and saw Chu Luiyue nod, she turned around and left. After taking a step forward, he turned back to look at Hu Yang. You must take good care of Miss Dugu and the others. Hu Yang hurriedly said, I understand. Rest assured, Madam Enchanting. Enchanting nodded. Because he failed to invite Chu Luiyue up, he left with a heavy heart. On the other hand, Chu Luiyue's expression remained the same. He walked straight to a nearby chair and sat down as if nothing had happened. This contrast was even more shocking to the crowd. Miss Dugu, are you satisfied with this place? Hu Yang carefully asked. In truth, he had been very polite to Lin Tianfeng and the others, but now, he was even more respectful to Chu Luiyue. Madam Enchanting had said to take good care of these people before she left, but who couldn't tell that she was referring to Dugu? Even a ghost wouldn't believe that there was no relationship between them. Chu Luiyue looked around and smiled. It's pretty good. In the eyes of Hu Yang, Enchanting, and the others, this place might not be good enough, but in reality, it was more luxurious and noble than most of the palaces she had seen before. Moreover, it wasn't the exaggerated kind of grandeur, but the kind of nobility that only a top-notch family with a deep foundation and a long history could exude. No wonder Rong Xiu was so rich. With such a large family fortune, why worry about money? Hu Yang's impression of Chu Luiyue improved. It was fine that she didn't know about Madame Enchanting's identity, but now that she did, she didn't intend to use this relationship to her own benefit. Moreover, her attitude was as amiable as before. How rare. The smile on his face became more genuine. That's good. I'll be staying next door. If there's anything you need, just tell me. With that, he clasped his hands at Chu Luiyue, Lin Tianfeng, and the others before leaving. The remaining people all looked at Chu Luiyue with different expressions. Chu Luiyue raised her gaze slightly and looked at the others. She smiled and said, Why is everyone looking at me like that? Do what? What do you think? Miss Dugu, I didn't expect that you and Madame Enchanting would have such fate. The girls were more simple-minded and didn't have so many scruples, so they simply spoke directly. How did you know each other? Chu Luiyue sipped her tea and said slowly, it's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. There's nothing much to say about it. Could it be that she actually knew him because of his master? Hearing this ambiguous answer, the girls looked at each other in dismay, somewhat disappointed. It was as good as not saying anything. All right, it's getting late. His Highness the Saint's birthday banquet is about to begin. You can all go and prepare yourselves. Lin Tianfeng suddenly said. With his reminder, the girls suddenly came to their senses. That's right. The main reason they came here was the consort selection ceremony. In a while, the carefully selected noble ladies of each tribe would all appear together. At that time, naturally, there would be a competition for beauty. Although they knew that they had no hope of being selected, they still had to prepare carefully so as not to embarrass Cave Heaven Cliff. The girls excused themselves and left together. Lin Mo said to the two remaining elders. Then let's go first. Lu Ruhai frowned and glanced at Chu Luiyue. Sensing his gaze, Chu Luiyue turned her gaze. The two looked at each other for a moment. Lu Ruhai was the first to look away. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeves and walked out. Lin Mo coughed awkwardly and tried to persuade Chu Luiyue. Miss Dugu, don't worry. Ruhai is just a little hot-tempered. He doesn't mean to target you, so don't mind him. Even if he did have some thoughts before, now that he knew that Dugu was acquainted with Lord Yanqing, he should have dismissed them. Chu Luiyue's eyes curved into crescents. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lin Mo. I know all of this. Soon, only Lin Tianfeng and his son, Chu Luiyue, and Debao were left in the room. Lin Tianfeng looked at Chu Luiyue with a complicated gaze, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped. Patriarch Lin, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Chu Luiyue said directly. Lin Tianfeng paused. Miss Dugu, I don't mean to offend you, but I feel that this matter is really strange. You and that Lord Yanqing. Speaking of this, he glanced at Debao, who had been so quiet that it was as if he didn't exist, and a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Patriarch Lin, if you have something to say, then just say it. If I can listen, so can Debao. Hearing her words, Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth. Actually, what I want to ask is Lord Yanqing the person Miss Dugu mentioned before? That is. Debao's birth, crack. Debao split the table next to him in half. Chapter 1060. Cough. Chu Luiyue didn't expect Lin Tianfeng to think that way. She almost couldn't breathe properly. Hearing this, she knew that something was wrong and quickly grabbed Debao's other hand. Debao. Dugu Mabao immediately calmed down when her soft hand covered his slightly cold one. He glanced at Lin Tianfeng, his eyes extremely cold. A cold glint flashed through those devilish purple eyes. Lin Tianfeng suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if a chill had risen from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. But Dugu Mabao's face was immediately pushed away by Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue looked at him in fear. Master, are you really not afraid of your identity being exposed? Dugu Mabao's eyes flashed. He's asking for death. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes. He didn't do it on purpose. I'll explain it for you later. Tell me, what's the point of looking at him like that, other than arousing suspicion? I can kill him. Dugu Mabao didn't speak, but his expression was extremely serious. As long as he wanted to, Lin Tianfeng would definitely not be able to leave alive. Chu Luiyue, master is master. Lin Tianfeng was the cliff master of the Heavenly Cave Cliff, and he was a powerhouse who had completely entered the realm of the gods. But Dugu Mabao didn't seem to care at all. Chu Luiyue knew him too well. If he said that he could kill Lin Tianfeng with his gaze, then he could definitely do it. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes and quickly leaned over to his ear, warning him in an extremely weak voice. If you don't cooperate, I'll spank you in public. Dugu Mabao suddenly looked up, but Chu Luiyue pressed him on the shoulder. Dugu Mabao. Hee, Master Lin, don't mind him. This child is more sensitive and precocious. It's inevitable that he would get emotional when he heard this. It's my fault, I didn't think it through before. Chu Luiyue explained as he restrained Dugu Mabao. Also, that. You've really misunderstood. Yan Qing and I. Master, it's not what you think. Lin Tianfeng was skeptical. If it wasn't this relationship, then what relationship could it be? Lord Yan Qing was famous for being a cold-faced king of hell. If they had only met a few times, why would it be like this? Moreover, his gaze landed on the table that had been shattered by Dugu Mabao, and his heart still palpitated. How could this be the strength of a 3-year-old child? Moreover, he had clearly sensed a ghastly killing intent just now. Father, I.S.'s. Lin Jifei suddenly said. Lin Tianfeng SSS tired? That's right, that's right. After running around for so long, your body can't take it for the time being. Then you should rest first. I won't disturb you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chu Luiyue questioningly. Lin Qifei said, I'd like to ask Miss Dugu to stay and discuss the follow-up treatment. Lin Tianfeng realized that his son wanted to chase him out, so he didn't say anything more and left after a few words of advice. After he left, the room calmed down again. Chu Luiyue then let go of Dugu Mabao. Dugu Mabao was no longer angry. He still had a cold expression on his face, but he didn't make a move in the end. Miss Dugu, please forgive my father for offending you just now, Lin Qifei said. Chu Luiyue waved his hand. It's nothing. Master Lin is also concerned about helping me. I understand. It's just that Master Yan Qing and I. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but smile bitterly. She never thought that things would develop in such a way. Fourth young master, you don't think so too, do you? Lin Qifei shook his head. I believe Miss Dugu's words. He is not the person you're looking for. Chu Luiyue looked at him with some surprise. Oh. Fourth young master, why are you so sure? Thinking back to what happened just now, it seemed that it was easy to misunderstand. But Lin Qifei's tone seemed to be very certain. Lin Qifei smiled faintly. Intuition. The atmosphere between the two of them was indeed unusual. It wasn't an ordinary friendship that they had met a few times, but it was definitely not what Lin Tianfeng had guessed. The main reason why he was so sure was actually because of her. When she saw Master Yan Qing, her eyes didn't shine brightly. It was completely different from the way she looked when she mentioned that person that day. So, the person she was looking for was definitely someone else. Chu Luiyue's red lips curled slightly. Lin Qifei was much smarter and sharper than Lin Tianfeng. Actually, if Miss Dugu really wants to find that person, why don't you just ask Master Yan Qing for help? His status in the Yuntian Tower is not low. If he agrees to help, it should save a lot of effort. Lin Qifei didn't intend to ask about the matter between Chu Luiyue and Yan Qing, so he went back to the topic. Chu Luiyue rested her chin on one hand, looking thoughtful. After a moment, she laughed. That's not necessary. His Highness the Son of God's banquet is about to start. Everyone should be there by then. I think we should be able to find him. This was his birthday banquet, and also his concubine selection hall. He should be there, right? 2 hours passed quickly. Chu Luiyue was adjusting her breath in her room when she suddenly heard the deep and melodious sound of a bell coming from outside. Dong! The sound of the bell quickly spread and fell clearly into everyone's ears. Chu Luiyue suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as bright as the stars. She looked outside through the window. The birthday banquet was about to begin. Digression, continued at 6 p.m. The list of winners of the August-related activities, 1. Xiaoxiang Academy Star of the Monthly Votes, A Pack of Little Demons, 42 votes, Star of the Review, Memories Yen Io 2. QQ Reading Star of the Review, Yinyatonglu, 155 votes, Star of the Review, Ice Cream, Xiao Jiu, Inseparable Friends on the above list, Please add the group in 3 days and privately contact the group leader to receive the related gifts. Chapter 1061. Knock knock. Hu Yang's voice came from outside the door. Miss Dugu, it's time for us to set off. Coming. Chu Luiyue replied and turned to look at Dugu Mabao. Let's go, Debao. Dugu Mabao was sitting with his back facing her. He didn't move when he heard that, and his small back view exuded a cold aura. Chu Luiyue coughed and walked over. From the side, Dugu Mabao had his arms crossed and his eyes closed. His thick eyelashes were slightly curled. Although his small face was cold, his skin was still translucent, and he looked adorable. After they came back, Dugu Mabao had been in this position for 4 whole hours without moving. Chu Luiyue secretly admired his composure. At the same time, she thought that this man was very difficult to coax. However, looking at him like this, it was hard for anyone to really get angry. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat, and she softened her voice. I promise that I'll clarify everything this time, okay? Don't you want to clarify these things in front of everyone? Dugu Mabao finally opened his eyes. His devilish purple eyes were as clear as jade. Really? Of course. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. I can't possibly watch my own fiancé become someone else's husband, right? Then what do you want to do? Dugu Mabao narrowed his eyes and sized her up. With her current inconspicuous appearance, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything even if she went. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but ruffle his hair, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Don't ask about this first. I have my own plans. When Chu Luiyue walked out, Lin Tianfeng and the others were already waiting in the courtyard. The girls had also dressed up meticulously, and they looked even more charming than before. Miss Dugu, why didn't you change your clothes? A girl asked curiously. Chu Luiyue chuckled. Why should I change my clothes? This is His Highness the Holy Sun's birthday banquet, the woman mumbled. Even if Dugu wasn't going to participate in the consort selection hall, but for such an occasion, shouldn't she dress up grandly? But seeing that she didn't seem to care, they didn't say anything more. With her ordinary appearance, so what if she changed into a set of luxurious clothes? An ear-piercing voice of mockery rang out. Chu Luiyue and the others looked over. He saw a group of people walking towards him from the main hall. The leader was a burly middle-aged man. Beside him was a soldier in black armor. The totem of the Yuntian Tower was tattooed on the left side of his chest. He was dressed the same as Hu Yang, so it was obvious that he was of the same status as Hu Yang. Behind the two of them were a few old men and a few women. Without a doubt, these people were also wearing exquisite makeup. From her hair to her fingernails, she had put in a lot of effort. The woman who had spoken earlier was the one who had confronted Chu Luiyue at the beginning. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and sneered. It's better for some people to know their own limits. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. She hadn't said that she was going to participate in the consort selection hall, but the other party was so insistent. Clearly, they were still holding a grudge against her for laughing at them earlier. They also thought that they were easy to bully from Grotto Heaven Cliff, so they were so bold. Not to mention whether she was good-looking or not, just her character alone was enough to annoy people. Before Chu Luiyue could retort, Hu Yang had already stepped forward and stared at the woman. Miss Han Zishu, please be careful with your words. Han Zishu looked at Hu Yang in surprise. What was going on? This Hu Yang actually dared to speak to her like that in front of so many people. He was clearly very humble earlier. The valley master of the cold mountain valley, Han Quan, also frowned, but quickly returned to normal. Haha. Lord Hu Yang, please don't take offense. My daughter has always been outspoken. If she has offended you, please forgive her. Hu Yang said indifferently. Whether she is being outspoken or intentionally slandering you, everyone knows in their hearts. Valley Master Han, this is the Yuntian Tower after all, not the cold mountain valley. If your daughter still can't control her temper, then I'm afraid she won't gain the favor of His Highness Saint. You, Han Zishu's face turned pale with anger. How dare you curse me? Hu Yang snorted. Don't think too much. I'm just reminding you. It's up to you whether you want to take it or not. This time, even Han Quan's expression didn't look good. He was just casually teasing them, but who knew that Hu Yang would be so ungrateful? He dared to challenge them in public. Hu Yang, everyone here is a guest. What are you doing? The soldier standing next to Han Quan frowned and spoke in a commanding tone. Hurry up and apologize to Valley Master Han and Miss Han. Hu Yang snorted and ignored him. He looked at Lin Tianfeng and the others. Family Master Lin, Miss Dugu, this way please. Then, the group really left, leaving the people in the cold mountain valley to wait. How did he become so arrogant all of a sudden? Han Quan couldn't help but ask angrily. Lord Chen Ting, he wasn't like this when he saw you before. Chen Ting also frowned. Although he and Hu Yang were at the same level, he had some connections with the higher-ups, so he was slightly better off than Hu Yang. Usually, Hu Yang would be very polite when they met. What was wrong with him today? Why was he so stubborn? Does he think that those from Heavenly Cave Cliff have a chance to be chosen by His Highness Saint? Han Zishu was so angry that she laughed. When Chen Ting heard this, he immediately said, how is that possible? Heavenly Cave Cliff is the weakest among all the tribes. His Highness Saint won't even look at them, let alone the others. Forget it. Since he's so arrogant now, we'll let him go first. In the future, we'll have a chance to get back at him. Han Quan said in a deep voice. Let's go quickly. We can't be late for His Highness Saint's birthday banquet. The banquet was held on the highest peak of the main island, Upstart Peak. Upstart Peak is the most sacred place of the Yuntian Tower. It's heavily guarded and there are strict rules for entry and exit. Other than the family master, His Highness Saint, and the various elders, anyone who wants to enter Upstart Peak has to get permission. Hu Yang explained as he led the group up the stairs. There are 2 halls on Upstart Peak. Do you see the one at the middle of the mountain? That's the Ethereal Hall, the place where the banquet will be held today. The Sacrificial God Hall occupies a huge area and has a complicated layout. When we enter later, you must follow me closely and don't wander around. The few of them followed his gaze and saw a majestic palace at the middle of the mountain. At this moment, they could vaguely see the square in front of the palace. It was very lively and crowded. What's at the top of the mountain? Chu Luo suddenly looked at the palace at the top of the mountain and asked. The sun was setting in the west, and the brilliant light shrouded the black palace. It was so tall that it seemed unreachable. Chapter 1062. Hu Yang's face immediately turned solemn and respectful. That's the Sacrificial God Hall. His Highness, the Holy Sun, lived there. Compared to the Ethereal Hall, the Sacrificial God Hall is even more majestic. Other than His Holiness and his trusted aides, no one else is allowed to approach the Sacrificial God Hall. Chu Luo narrowed his eyes. As expected. That was where Rong Xiu lived. It was probably where he had been staying for the past few years as well. Actually, that used to be the seat of the clan head, but the clan head is currently in seclusion. His Holiness is in charge of the clan affairs, so, Hu Yang didn't continue speaking, but everyone understood what he was trying to say. In truth, the current Holy Sun was already the most esteemed existence in the Yuntian Tower. Everyone stared at the Black Palace with grim expressions. Even from such a distance, they could still feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from it. Chu Luo suddenly chuckled softly. I see. I'm sure Your Highness the Holy Sun must be very busy. Hu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He quickly scanned the surroundings to make sure that no one was around before heaving a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Chu Luo with a conflicted expression. Miss Dugu, we're about to reach the Ethereal Hall, so I hope that you don't say such things in the future lest you get into trouble. Seeing the anxious look on Hu Yang's face, Chu Luo heaved a sigh of relief. I understand. Then, the group continued to move forward. Roughly 15 minutes later, Hu Yang finally came to a stop. They were currently standing on a mountain beside the Ascension Peak, and their location was almost at the same level as the ethereal hall. Hu Yang took out his white jade token and infused a surge of origin energy into it. The token glowed brightly. The head of the Lin clan has arrived. It did not take long for a silvery streak of light to fly over from the ethereal hall. It was as if a galaxy had descended from the heavens. It was a dazzling sight. Under the darkening sky, it was exceptionally beautiful. At the same time, a similar streak of light flew out from Hu Yang's white jade token and connected with the silver streak of light. Of course, compared to the one that had flown over from the ethereal hall, Hu Yang's was far inferior. It was obvious that the person in charge of receiving them was even stronger than Hu Yang. Hu Yang was the first to jump up and put away the token. Everyone, please. Apart from this group of people, there were a few other similarly gorgeous streams of flowing light that transformed into bridges all around Upstart Peak. Obviously, they were also people from other tribes who had come to attend the banquet. The closer Chu Luyue got to the ethereal hall, the clearer he could feel the overwhelming pressure coming from the ethereal hall. She looked over. In front of the ethereal hall was a massive square paved with white jade. On one side of the square, near the cliff, a large black bell floated quietly. The sound of the bell just now seemed to have come from here. Around the square, soldiers in black armor were lined up neatly. Although there were many people coming and going, it was very orderly. Obviously, no matter what kind of background they came from, they all became well-behaved and followed the rules here. Moreover, at a glance, they were all dressed in luxurious brocade robes and were extremely solemn. The group finally landed on the ground. "Welcome, Clan Head Lin." As soon as their feet touched the ground, someone immediately rushed forward to welcome them. The person who had just arrived seemed to be in his 30s. Dressed in black armor, he had a thin face but a pair of spirited eyes. He looked very capable. His clothes were the same as Hu Yang's, but the aura he emanated was much stronger. Even Enchanting couldn't compare to him. It was no wonder why he was able to work here. Just as Chu Luyue was thinking about this, the other party suddenly turned to look at her. "You must be Miss Dugu, right?" Chu Luyue was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. From the looks of it, Yan Qing had already informed him about this matter. She nodded with a smile. "That's right." A smile surfaced on the man's face. "It's good that you're here. The seats have already been arranged for you. Please come in." After saying those words, he turned around and led the way. Lin Tianfeng and the others couldn't help but glance at Chu Luyue. However, Chu Luyue's expression didn't change at all. She simply raised her eyebrows and followed him in. The main hall of the ethereal hall was resplendent and majestic. In the main hall, there was a throne carved out of black jade, giving it a dignified air. Below it, there were several white jade tables arranged neatly in the middle, and the crowd was seated on both sides. The various tribes seemed to have arranged their seats in advance, and the names of their respective tribes were written on the side of each table. Behind each table, there were a few seats left. Obviously, they were reserved for the people of the various clans who came together. At this moment, more than half of the seats in the main hall were already filled. The crowd was either chatting with one another or chatting with one another privately. It was a lively atmosphere, but there was a hint of restraint in it. From time to time, many people would look outside the hall. Clearly, they were waiting for the most important person of the night. As for the arrival of Lin Tianfeng and the others, it didn't cause too much of a commotion. Most people only glanced in their direction for a moment before retracting their gazes. Grotto Heaven Cliff? There was nothing to worry about. Thus, Chu Luyue and the rest were led by the soldier to their table in a very low-key manner. "Clan Head Lin, this is the seat of the Grotto Heaven Cliff. Please take a seat." However, Lin Tianfeng didn't move. Instead, he looked at the soldier doubtfully. "Here? Are you kidding me? This is the first row. One must know that those who were able to sit in the first row in such an occasion were the top tribes. Those like the Grotto Heaven Cliff would usually be seated in the last row, in an inconspicuous corner. But now, wasn't this seat a little too conspicuous? Even if it was on account of Lord Yenqing, it didn't seem appropriate for them to do so. Even Hu Yang was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" He quickly asked, "Are you sure it's here?" "Of course I'm sure." The soldier chuckled. "Everyone, don't worry. We won't make a mistake in such matters." Lin Tianfeng subconsciously glanced at Chu Luyue. This position, it should be thanks to her fortune, since they arranged it, let's just sit down. As Chu Luyue spoke, she walked over with a relaxed expression. Lin Tianfeng could only nod and lead the rest of the people to sit down rather nervously. As soon as they sat down, the hall quickly quieted down. Everyone looked over with different expressions in their eyes. Obviously, everyone could tell that something was wrong. Lin Tianfeng coughed and looked at Chu Luyue inquiringly. He lowered his voice. "Miss Dugu, what exactly are you and Lord Yenqing? His Highness the Chosen One has arrived." Suddenly, a loud and clear voice transmitted over. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. She looked up. A man appeared outside the hall. He was dressed in a black brocade robe. He was tall and slender, and his bones were clear and elegant. The flowing light in the hall reflected on his face, making him the most beautiful man in the world. Before he stood still, he looked at the people in the hall, as if he was looking for something. As if they were telepathic, he looked straight in Chu Luyue's direction. A ripple flashed across his deep and pure phoenix eyes. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were like the spring wind melting snow, containing nostalgia and a smile. Chu Luyue's heart seemed to be hit by something soft. Her lips moved slightly. She almost wanted to call out to him directly. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded. "Your Highness, why are you walking so fast? I can't keep up." Chapter 1063. Immediately after, a slender woman walked over leisurely. It was already dark outside. She was dressed in a white dress with a blue jade belt around her slender waist. Her hair was like a cloud, and her hair was like a cloud. Especially her eyes, which were pure and moving, as gentle as water. Her red lips were curled up with a hint of playfulness. Her looks and charm could be considered stunning. Unfortunately, compared to the man in front of her, she seemed a little dull. The crowd first saw Rong Xiu's immortal-like appearance. When they looked at the others, they were not as stunned. However, compared to the many women in the hall, she was obviously better. When she saw the person, Chu Luyue narrowed her starry eyes slightly and smiled playfully. "So, this is the rumored eldest young lady Jiang?" Rong Xiu did not seem to hear her. He strode into the hall with his long legs. Jiang Jiwan was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed him. Earlier on, she had been discussing with Rong Xiu about the academy. Later on, Yenqing returned and said something to Rong Xiu. After that, Rong Xiu was very absent-minded. If not for the fact that the academy was involved, he would have gotten up and left long ago. Until just now, when the banquet was about to start, he came straight here. He looked as if he was worried about being late. But this was the strangest thing. Rong Xiu was the noble saint. Even if he asked these people to wait here for a few hours, they would not dare to say anything. Moreover, he had always been a strategist. He would never do this, no matter what. He seemed to be in a hurry to do something. Jiang Ziyuan didn't have time to ask clearly before she hurried to follow him. Almost subconsciously, she followed Rong Xiu's line of sight and looked into the hall. Unfortunately, there were too many people in the hall. She could not see clearly who Rong Xiu was looking at. The crowd in the hall finally reacted and hurriedly got up to bow. "Greetings, Your Highness the Saint." Most of the tribe leaders and family heads had already seen Rong Xiu before. At this time, they were still calm. However, for many of the women who came with them, it was their first time seeing the rumored saint. Many people blushed and stared blankly at the man who was striding over. Honorable. Arrogant. It was rumored that His Highness the Saint was extremely talented and powerful. He was decisive in killing and had the power to kill. Therefore, most people's first impression of him was reverence. However, when they saw him with their own eyes, they realized that His Highness the Saint was unparalleled in the world. Just his face alone was enough to make countless women's hearts flutter. Moreover, he held a high position and held power. How many women wouldn't be moved by such a man? Then, under the gazes of countless pairs of eyes, Rong Xiu suddenly took a step and walked toward a certain spot. Thus, everyone's gazes followed his gaze. Hiss. Why do I feel like His Highness the Saint is coming toward us? A woman sitting next to Chu Luiyue muttered with a red face and wide eyes. How is that possible? What kind of person is His Highness the Saint? How could he, wait? He really is coming here. He seems to be looking at someone. Could he be looking at us? The remaining two women also became excited. Only Chu Luiyue lowered his eyes and casually poured himself a glass of wine. Family head Lin. Rong Xiu stood in front of Lin Tianfeng and said calmly. Why, Your Highness? Lin Tianfeng was also shocked and hurriedly got up. Lin Tianfeng of Grotto Heaven Cliff greets His Highness the Saint. Lin Tianfeng was a god-level powerhouse and the head of a cliff, so his aura was not weak. But now, standing in front of Rong Xiu, he seemed much smaller and weaker, and his aura was much weaker. Lin Tianfeng did not even dare to look at the man in front of him. The noble aura he exuded after years of being in a high position was not something ordinary people could compare to. Rong Xiu smiled faintly with one hand behind his back. Family head Lin, you must be tired from traveling all the way here, right? The man's voice was deep and pleasant. However, there was a deathly silence in the hall. Almost everyone's face was instantly filled with shock. What did His Highness the Saint just say? He actually asked Lin Tianfeng if he was tired? Which of the tribes present did not come from afar? Which one of them was not tired? Why did he only ask Lin Tianfeng? Grotto Heaven Cliff had always been ranked last among the tribes. Usually, they would not even have the chance to step forward on such occasions. What was going on today? Not only were they arranged to sit in the first row, but His Highness the Saint even came to ask. What kind of honor was this? Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. We are not tired. Lin Tianfeng was also stunned. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and hurriedly replied. It is already a great honor for us to be able to attend His Highness' birthday banquet. This was not an exaggeration. Among the tribes, there were not many who were qualified to come to Yuntian Tower. Lin Tianfeng had been here before, but he had always stood in a corner and was basically a forgotten, transparent existence. He had never been the center of attention like now. Even His Highness the Saint took the initiative to greet him. All of this happened too suddenly. Even though Lin Tianfeng was a person who had seen many storms, his heart was filled with nervousness and apprehension. Family head Lin, don't be nervous. I was just asking casually. I don't mean anything else. Rong Xiu's thin lips curved slightly, then his gaze fell on the people behind Lin Tianfeng. These people must have come with the Lin family's patriarch. Lin Tianfeng hurriedly turned his head and winked at them. The people who had not come back to their senses before stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness the Saint. One of the girls, perhaps because she was too nervous, even moved the table in front of her. Chu Luiyue had just poured wine, but before he could pick it up, half the cup was spilled. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. These girls are all from Grotto Heaven Cliff? Lin Tianfeng was shocked and immediately nodded, but then he hurriedly said, these three are, but Miss Dugu is not. Rong Xiu's eyes flashed with interest. Miss Dugu? Lin Tianfeng instinctively turned his head and saw that Chu Luiyue was the only one who was still sitting while the others were standing and bowing. She didn't even raise her head, but was pouring wine for herself. Lin Tianfeng's eyes twitched fiercely. What time is it now? She still has the leisure to drink? Does she know that this is His Highness the Saint? Miss Dugu doesn't seem to be happy to see I. Chu Luiyue then looked up and smiled slightly. Her pair of starry eyes were even brighter and more intoxicating than the wine that reflected the lights in her cup. She smiled. Your Highness the Saint, don't misunderstand. I just didn't see you just now. Chapter 1064. Gasps could be heard coming from the hall. Where did this woman come from? How dare she speak to the saint in such a manner? Just as everyone held their breaths and waited for the saint's thunderous response, he suddenly nodded and asked seriously, "Do you see it now?" His voice was normal. Not only was there no anger, but there was also a rare sense of patience. Everyone was speechless. Your Highness. Wake up. What are you doing? Chu Luiyue gently swirled her wine glass, tilted her head, and scrutinized him from head to toe. Then, she slowly nodded. I see it. Yes. After being separated for so long, they finally met. But she did not expect to meet him in such a place and with such an identity. The current Rongxiu was different from the previous Rongxiu. In the past, he was always dressed in white, elegant, and immortal-like. But now, he had changed into a black robe, and instantly had a frightening majesty and vigor. Chu Luiyue had only seen him like this once. It was the first day she heard him being addressed as the saint. It was also from then on that Chu Luiyue gradually realized that Rongxiu was definitely not what he appeared to be. She had expected Rongxiu's background to be extremely extraordinary, but she did not expect it to be so shocking. Your Highness is indeed handsome and charming, enough to attract the hearts of countless women in the world. Chu Luiyue said with a half-smile. Your Highness, you know each other? Jiang Jiwan finally could not help but ask behind him. Her eyes wandered back and forth between the two of them, and a subtle sense of discomfort welled up in her heart. Rongxiu's behavior was really not right. All these years, he had not been close to women, and he did not even bother to talk to them. Whether it was the Yintian Tower or the people of the various tribes, they had all tried countless times to persuade him to get married. But he had never agreed. This time, it was probably because he really couldn't delay it any longer, so he nodded and held this concubine selection ceremony. Although there was a huge commotion this time, Jiang Jiwan knew very well that Rongxiu definitely did not intend to choose 3 wives and 4 concubines. His attitude towards her was even more impatient than before. But now, he actually said such words to another woman? Most importantly, this woman's appearance was ordinary, and she didn't seem to be of high birth. What was His Highness thinking? Rongxiu's voice was calm, but he did not deny it. Of course. How could he not recognize his own wife, his own princess consort, and his own fiancée? In the past, I was fortunate enough to see the Holy Sun's face a few times. Chu Luiyue smiled. Rongxiu's brows twitched. These words, she clearly didn't want to have anything to do with him. Your Highness, today is your birthday banquet, and also the concubine selection ceremony. Don't waste your time here. Let's get started quickly. Chu Luiyue urged. Rongxiu's chest tightened. But in front of so many people, he couldn't say anything for the time being. Then. Miss Dugu, please do as you please. Just treat it as your own home. After that, he took a deep look at Chu Luiyue, then turned around and walked up to the stage. Hey, Your Highness, Jiang Jiwan looked at Rongxiu and then at Chu Luiyue. What was going on? Ziyuan, come back quickly. At this moment, Jiang Hetian suddenly opened his mouth and waved at Jiang Jiwan. It was really embarrassing for her to stand there alone in front of so many people. Moreover, anyone with eyes could see that Rongxiu treated her very coldly. After entering, he didn't even look at her. Jiang Hetian's heart ached for his daughter, so he hurriedly called her back. Jiang Jiwan pursed her lips, then obediently walked over to him and sat behind him. That was the first seat in the first row from the left. It was obvious that the Tomb of Immortal Water had a high status. After Rongxiu left, Lin Tianfeng finally let out the breath he had been holding in. He hurriedly turned to look at Chu Luyue, his brows furrowed. His gaze was complicated, as if he had a lot to say but didn't know where to start. Miss Dugu, you know His Highness the Son of God. Why didn't you say so before? Lin Tianfeng finally spat out a sentence. Chu Luyue blinked. You didn't ask. Lin Tianfeng? He wouldn't ask such a question unless his brain was fried, right? Who would have thought that an ordinary girl from another world would know the high and mighty Son of God? Huh? Who could? No wonder, Lin Jifei, who was standing aside, suddenly understood something. No wonder Yan Qing treated her like that. He had previously felt that Yan Qing's politeness to her, even a hint of obedience, was abnormal. Now he finally understood. The person she knew was the saint. Lin Qifei suddenly remembered that when she was at the Lin residence, she had once asked if His Highness the Son of God was called Rongxiu. At that time, Lin Tianfeng had even told her not to call the Son of God by his name. At that time, he had thought that she had called out the Son of God's name because she had just arrived and was reckless and ignorant. Now that he thought about it, it was because she had placed the Son of God on the same level from the beginning. That was why her tone was so calm and natural. Oh my God. Miss Dugu, you actually know His Highness the Son of God? No wonder he came over to talk to us just now. The girls beside her exclaimed in admiration, their faces full of envy. Chu Luyue smiled faintly and said, yes, I didn't know his identity before, so I didn't say anything. I see. The girls didn't doubt her and nodded repeatedly. I knew it was strange that we could sit in the first row. His Highness the Son of God must have known that you were coming and specially arranged it. Yes. In that case, you must be very familiar with him, right? Then do you know what kind of girl His Highness the Son of God likes? Chu Luyue picked up the wine and downed it in one gulp. The burning sensation instantly flowed into her lungs from between her lips and teeth. Almost half of her body was burning up. She rested her chin on one hand and tapped her chin with her slender and fair fingers. The girl he likes. Won't we know when the consort selection ceremony starts? Lin Tianfeng listened to her calm and collected tone, feeling both fortunate and troubled at the same time. Fortunately, they had been treating Dugu well during this period and didn't offend her. What troubled him was that she didn't seem to realize how shocking it was to be friends with His Highness the Son of God. What did it mean? Most importantly, she didn't seem to be worried about offending the Son of God at all. Listen to what she said just now. He wouldn't dare to say it even if he had 10 guts. But she said it. She didn't intend to save any face for His Highness the Son of God. Left with no choice, Lin Tianfeng could only lower his voice. Miss Dugu, we can't thank you enough for basking in your glory today. Please be careful in the future, don't say anything like that again, lest you offend His Highness the Son of God. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows. Who offended who now? Chapter 1065. Your Highness, are you alright? After Rongxiu walked over, Umo couldn't help but ask in a low voice. It was too scary. The scene just now was too scary. Miss Lu Yu's actions were too ruthless. She didn't give His Highness any leeway in front of so many people. However, His Highness couldn't bear to do anything to her and could only let her do whatever she wanted. On the other side, Yan Qing was expressionless. Hearing this, he couldn't help but snort in his heart. Who could he blame for his own sins? He had already advised His Highness to say it, but he refused. Now look. She came straight to his door. And then? He said he would pick her up personally, but he didn't go in the end. It would be strange if that person wasn't angry. Rongxiu's expression was normal. Just follow the procedure. Umo hurriedly agreed. Yes. After saying that, seeing that His Highness didn't seem to have any other plans, Umo anxiously nudged Yan Qing with his elbow. Hey, didn't His Highness ask you to pick up Miss Lu Yu? Why did she come with the Lin family in the end? Look at how angry that person is now. If you had done it well, His Highness wouldn't have fallen to such a state now. Enchanting sneered. What was the use of him going? He had already knelt on one knee and begged, but that person was still indifferent. In the end, wasn't it because His Highness was in the wrong first? So what if he was cannon fodder? Could he appease that person by himself? Even His Highness couldn't do it, let alone him. In the end, His Highness should be the one suffering this. Seeing that His Highness was calm as usual and Enchanting was indifferent, Umo scratched his head and felt a headache coming on. After thinking for a while, he couldn't think of anything and could only sigh in his heart. Sigh. Forget it. Who cares so much? Since His Highness wasn't in a hurry, he must have a way to deal with it, right? Then, Umo put these thoughts aside and began to busy himself with the banquet. Rong Xiu came earlier than expected. After he came in, other tribes arrived one after another. Because of his existence, the atmosphere in the hall was clearly more solemn than before. Even though he had already told them to be casual, they didn't dare to be casual. Especially the young ladies, all of them competed in beauty and were dignified and generous. Every single word and action of theirs was extremely well behaved, as if they were afraid of making a mistake and drawing the annoyance of the person above them. Behind them, Cold Mountain Valley and the others also arrived. After entering, the group of people first saw Rong Xiu sitting at the head of the table. Only then did they realize that they were late and hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. Rong Xiu didn't mind and let them sit down. However, the faces of Han Quan and the others were still pale. They all knew very well that with such a big mistake, they probably didn't have any more chances. Only Han Zishu and a few others did not react for a while. They were only focused on Rong Xiu, who was sitting at the head of the table. He had the grace of a dragon and the grace of a phoenix, a clear and evildoer. It was normal for such a person to be tempted. It was only when Rong Xiu looked over with a tinge of coldness in his eyes that the overwhelming suppression suddenly attacked. Only then did the few of them finally wake up. If you don't want your eyes, just say so. Rong Xiu said coldly. Only then did Han Zishu and the others hurriedly lower their heads and beg for mercy. This scene made everyone in the hall feel very complicated. Duguyu in front said that she didn't see him, but he insisted on letting her see. Now that the few women from Cold Mountain Valley were staring at him in a daze, he actually wanted to dig out their eyeballs. Actually, it wasn't that His Highness Saint had never done such a thing before. However, with the previous incident as a foil, this incident was too strange. Why was there such a huge difference between people? After much persuasion, the group from Cold Mountain Valley finally begged for forgiveness and went to the corner behind the crowd helplessly. At this moment, they saw that Lin Tianfeng and the others were actually sitting in the first row. Han Zishu was shocked. Just as she was about to speak, Han Quan held her back. Now that they couldn't even take care of themselves, how could they care about others? Moreover, Han Zishu and the others didn't know, but Han Quan and Enchanting knew the pros and cons. The fact that Lin Tianfeng and the others could sit here peacefully already explained too many things. Even if they wanted to find trouble with them, they had to ask about the situation first. Thus, the group of people went down sullenly just like that. Let's see how arrogant they can be this time. Miss Dugu, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would have been bullied by them again. The few women from Grotto Heaven Cliff felt relieved. Now that everyone knows that you and His Highness Saint know each other, no one will dare to provoke you in the future. Chu Luiyue smiled and glanced at Lu Ruhai, who had been silent all this while. I hope so. After everyone arrived, the banquet officially began. First, the people from each tribe presented their congratulatory gifts to wish His Highness Saint a happy birthday. Piles of flowery words were poured out as if they were free. Chu Luiyue was drowsy listening to them. Rong Xiu glanced at her and saw her lazy and sleepy look. He couldn't help but laugh and interrupt Umo, who was reading the list of gifts. All right. I'll look at these later. Today is not only Ai's birthday, but also the consort selection ceremony. It's time to choose a consort, so let's get started. Everyone was taken aback and immediately became excited. This was the highlight of tonight's event. Rong Xiu waved his wrist and handed a booklet to Enchanting. First, check the name list for the consort selection ceremony. Yes. Enchanting opened it respectfully, and then his face froze. He quickly looked up at Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu looked calm. Read it. Enchanting swallowed his saliva with difficulty. The name list for the consort selection ceremony is as follows: Grotto Heaven Cliff, Lin Miaoer, Lin Shuangshuang, Su Xiaoyan. Du Duguyu. Digression, 6 p.m. Chapter 1066. Duguyu. Lin Tianfeng and the others were shocked when they heard this name. How could her name be on the list? A young lady beside Chu Luiyue lost her balance and directly dropped the wine cup in her hands onto the floor. Bang! The crisp sound of a jade cup shattering rang out, immediately drawing everyone's gazes over. The hall fell silent. Rong Xiu looked over and raised his eyebrows. Patriarch Lin, what's wrong? Lin Tianfeng hurriedly stood up. Your Highness, this Miss Dugu isn't on the Heavenly Cave Cliffs list. This, oh? Rong Xiu seemed surprised. He raised his voice and said to Enchanting. Let me have a look. Enchanting hurriedly presented the booklet with both hands. Rong Xiu took it and scrutinized it. He then looked up and lightly said, I'm sorry. He raised his head and said, Duguyu's name is clearly written on it. If Patriarch Lin doesn't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. Lin Tianfeng choked. How could he not believe His Highness the Holy Sun's words? But this can't be right. The list had been delivered to Rong Xiu before Duguyu went to Heavenly Cave Cliff. Moreover, he knew that Duguyu had brought her child to find her husband. How could he dare to add her name to the list? There must be a mistake, Lin Tianfeng swallowed with difficulty. His face was tense and his body was tense. Even though he had seen his fair share of storms, he was still stunned by this scene. The others present didn't know Duguyu's background, but he did. If someone found out, wouldn't it be, Patriarch Lin, are you saying that the Yuntian Tower made a mistake with this booklet? Rong Xiu leaned back in his chair and asked lazily. Although he spoke casually, how could Lin Tianfeng admit to this? It wasn't like he was tired of living. Why would he publicly criticize the people of Yuntian Tower for their incompetence? I didn't mean that. Lin Tianfeng's voice was much weaker. Rong Xiu smiled and threw the booklet back to Enchanting. Forget it. This matter can't be explained in a short time. Let's leave it at that for now. It won't be too late to investigate after the matter is over. Everyone. This is your concubine selection list, how can you say it so easily? But since Rong Xiu had already spoken, the others naturally couldn't say anything. What's more, there were many people participating in the consort selection ceremony, so it didn't matter if she was there or not. Such a woman with no background was nothing to worry about. Enchanting held the booklet and felt her hands burning. He lowered his eyes again and looked at the words, Duguyu, that had clearly just been added. His heart was in turmoil. No wonder His Highness wasn't anxious at all. He was waiting here. Rong Xiu's slender and fair fingers tapped on the table. Continue. Enchanting took a deep breath and was about to continue reading. Han, wait. Enchanting was abruptly interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker was none other than Jiang Ji1, who had followed Rong Xiu in just now. She looked at Rong Xiu, who was sitting at the head of the table, and frowned slightly. Her face was obviously disapproving. Your Highness, this seems inappropriate. Everyone became quieter. Ziyuan. Jiang Hetian, who was next to her, frowned and called out to her in warning. Jiang Ji1 ignored him. She pursed her lips and continued. Just now, Patriarch Lin has said that Miss Dugu is not a member of Dongtian Cliff. Logically speaking, she is not qualified to be on the list. Your Highness, it's a little inappropriate for you to ignore it, isn't it? Everyone looked at each other. Jiang Jiwan's words were not without reason. Those who could come here were the most outstanding women of their respective tribes. It was indeed strange for Duguyu to suddenly appear on the list and become one of the candidates. Rong Xiu glanced at her indifferently. Today, not all of the women here are from the main families of the tribes. According to what you said, shouldn't they be removed from the list as well? Jiang Jiwan was speechless and bit her lips. Your Highness, you know I didn't mean that. What does eldest Miss Jiang mean? Only eldest Miss Jiang knows. How would I know? Rong Xiu seemed to smile, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was alienating her from the inside out. Jiang Jiwan was stunned, and then a trace of embarrassment appeared in her eyes. After seeing Rong Xiu today, she was full of joy, but then she realized that he didn't seem to want to pay attention to her. She didn't take it too seriously, because he had always been so cold. But now, in front of so many people, he didn't give her any face at all. Jiang Jiwan felt very wronged. Just as she was about to say something, Jiang Hetian spoke up. Your Highness, please forgive me for offending you. He chuckled. Your Highness, you know that this girl was spoiled by the chief when she was young, so she was a little rude. Please forgive me, Your Highness, I will teach her well when we go back. At the mention of the chief, Rong Xiu's eyes darkened and his thin lips curled up. Of course not. It's a pity that the chief is now in seclusion. Otherwise, he would be very happy to see Miss Jiang. The smile on Jiang Hetian's face froze. For some reason, the chief had been in seclusion since a few years ago, and he still hadn't come out after so long. During this time, Rong Xiu had completely taken control of the Yuntian Tower. For the past few years, he had been avoiding Rong Xiu's limelight, but he didn't expect him to be more domineering than expected. Jiang Hetian smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. Father. Why don't you let me continue? Jiang Jiwan couldn't help but ask. Jiang Hetian frowned. What else do you want to say? Don't you understand what His Highness the Chosen Saint means? But why? That Duguyu is clearly not qualified, and even the chief of the Lin family said that he didn't mention her name. Why does Your Highness have to go through so much trouble when it can be solved with just one sentence? Jiang Hetian was getting impatient. Why are you always so hung up on this problem? It's just Duguyu, isn't it? Even if she joined in, would it affect the final result in any way? Other things aside, just her appearance and figure alone make her no match at all. Is it worth it to quarrel with His Highness over such an insignificant person? Jiang Jiwan was speechless for a moment. As long as you perform well later, you'll be able to get the position of princess consort. There's no one more suitable than you to ascend to this position. Jiang Hetian advised in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Jiang Jiwan could only nod. But for some reason, when she thought of the conversation between His Highness and that woman, she felt a little uneasy. Yan Qing continued. Han, wait. Another voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Duguyu who spoke this time. The corners of her lips curled slightly, and she said with a smile. I think eldest young Miss Jiang is right. Your Highness the Chosen Saint, please cross out my name. Chapter 1067. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Yan Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look at his master. On the throne, Rong Xiu's expression froze for a moment. But that momentary stiffness quickly dissipated. But his eyes gradually became as cold and lonely as a cold lake, and his whole body emitted a shocking chill. He smiled slightly and said softly, What did you say? What did you say? Say it again. The atmosphere became strange. Many people inexplicably felt a dangerous and cold aura. The space seemed to freeze inch by inch. Chu Liuyue's smile did not change. Just now, Patriarch Lin has already made it very clear that my name is not in the list of candidates. As for why my name appeared on the list, it's actually not important. Your Highness can just cross my name off the list. It's convenient for everyone, isn't it? This kind of excitement doesn't seem very suitable for me to participate. Your Highness, don't you think so? As she spoke, she turned to look at Enchanting. Such a small matter, Your Highness, you don't have to do it yourself. Enchanting can do it for you. Lady Enchanting, please. Enchanting's hand that was holding the booklet trembled slightly. He was wrong. He should not have invited her on behalf of His Highness from the beginning. Not to mention that he was rejected, it was difficult for him to withdraw now. Why was his life so miserable? He had no choice but to say, I'm of a lowly status and have no right to do so. Rong Xiu's eyes were deep. He looked at Chu Luyue as if he wanted to tear him apart and eat him. Are you sure? Enchanting looked at Chu Luyue pleadingly. Please, of course I'm sure. Chu Luyue's smile deepened. After all, I already have a fiancé. Everyone was in an uproar. So Duguyu already had a fiancé. Did His Highness know about it? From the looks of it, he probably didn't know, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to leave her name on the booklet. But to reject the saint in front of him was really a little embarrassing. Lin Tianfeng and the others also looked at Chu Luyue in shock. Fiancé? Not my husband. But Debeo, just as everyone was whispering, Rong Xiu suddenly chuckled and opened his mouth. So what? In an instant, almost all the sounds disappeared. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Rong Xiu in astonishment. Then, what about it? What did that mean? Jiang Jiwan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and the feeling of uneasiness grew stronger. At this time, the others present also felt that something was wrong and kept quiet. The air was so tense that it was almost suffocating. Rong Xiu didn't seem to notice the crowd that was shocked by his words. He leaned back lazily with a faint smile on his face. As long as you let him stand out and oppose this matter, I will let it go. Treacherous. Chu Luyue secretly gritted his teeth. He knew that this man was black-hearted, but he did not expect that he would not stop until he had dug his own grave. How could he say something like that? He was really shameless. Chu Luyue almost couldn't hold it in and wanted to curse out loud. Even Dugu Mabao, who had been quiet all this time, could not help but lift his eyelids when he heard this. A dark light flashed in his demonic purple eyes. This kid was still the same as before. No, he had become even more powerful. To achieve his goal, he would do anything. Now, in front of so many people, he did not care about his face at all. Lin Tianfeng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He did not expect that things would develop to this point. If he still could not see through His Highness's intentions, he would have wasted all these years. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted Duguyu to participate in the consort selection? He did not need to ask to know how that name appeared on the list. But the key was that Duguyu had already said that she had a fiancé, and His Highness still said that, no matter how high her fiancé's status was, could it be higher than His Highness? Not to mention whether that man was here now, even if he was, would he dare to stand out when His Highness said so? At this point, there seemed to be no solution to the matter. Lin Tianfeng could not help but look at Chu Luyue, and then at Dugu Mabao, who had been quietly standing beside her, and sighed. This child was only 3 or 4 years old. How innocent! He hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when Lin Qifei pulled him back. Father, please calm down. Lin Tianfeng was a little hesitant. But Her Highness is really. She is alone. If we don't help her, then, Lin Qifei shook his head lightly. Let's wait and see. If you stand out now, you won't be of much help. Lin Tianfeng knew that he was telling the truth. Grotto Heaven Cliff did not have a high status, and it was all because of Duguyu that they were able to receive such treatment. If His Highness wanted to do something, even the Jiang clan in the Immortal Water Tomb could not stop him, let alone them. In the end, Lin Tianfeng could only nod his head. No matter what, she saved your life. If anything happens, we can't just sit by and do nothing. Lin Qifei nodded lightly. There seemed to be an undercurrent in his light eyes. He looked at Rong Xiao and Chu Luiyue without batting an eyelid, then lowered his eyes. The relationship between these two. What's so good about that Duguyu? His Highness has taken a liking to her? In a secluded corner of the main hall, the people in Cold Mountain Valley were stunned by the scene before them. Han Zishu's eyes widened in disbelief. With that kind of appearance, that kind of background, and most importantly, she already has a fiancé. How could she win His Highness's favor? What is His Highness thinking? Shoo! Han Quan still had a bit of rationality left and hurriedly stopped her. Don't criticize His Highness. Han Zishu shrank back, but her face was still filled with dissatisfaction. I'm just curious. What the hell is going on? I don't know how that bitch bewitched His Highness. Before they could finish their sentence, a young woman in front suddenly turned around. Her makeup was exquisite, and her looks were top-notch. Clearly, she was also here to participate in the consort selection. But at this moment, there was a hint of mockery on her face. She looked at Han Zishu and the others as if she was looking at fools. Don't say things like that. Be careful not to be overheard by others. That Miss Dugu was acquainted with His Highness in the past. If you're not afraid of getting into trouble, go ahead and continue. With that, she turned around with a cold smile. Not only were they late, but they were also brainless. These people in Cold Mountain Valley were really tired of living. Han Zishu and the others were confused. That Dugu knew His Highness the Saint? How could it be? In this atmosphere that was almost suffocating, Chu Luiyue was the first to recover from her shock. She narrowed her eyes and suddenly smiled. Your Highness, what if I insist on saying no? Digression, it felt good to cheat his wife. It felt good to cheat her all the time. Chapter 1068. Little you, why is your temper still so stubborn? At this moment, a low and old voice suddenly came from outside. Everyone looked toward the door. An elder suddenly came in. There wasn't the slightest bit of origin power fluctuations on his body, but the inexplicable aura around him caused people to secretly feel reverence. This was definitely a top-notch expert. Chu Luiyue was slightly stunned. The reason for that was because she knew that old man. 36 Respected Elder Ming, why are you here? Rong Xiao was about to stand up and welcome him personally when 36 Respected Elder Ming hurriedly waved his hand. His Highness the Holy Sun's birthday banquet, and it's also a concubine selection ceremony. We naturally have to come and join in the fun. At this moment, after hearing the identity of the person who came, everyone also stood up and bowed. Greetings to 36 Respected Elder Ming. Many people were secretly shocked. This was an expert among the experts of the Yuntian Tower. Even among the dozens of respected elders, he was definitely the one with the highest strength and status. Usually, 36 Respected Elder Ming was mostly invisible and never got involved in these matters. Who knew what had happened today, for him to suddenly come? 36 Respected Elder Ming laughed loudly. I just came out of seclusion and heard about this. Naturally, I rushed over without stopping. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Ming Yao who was at the side. Ming Yao quivered and hurriedly bowed in greeting. Respected Elder, why did you come out of seclusion today? No one actually came to inform us in advance. Apologies for not coming out to welcome you. I hope, after I came out of seclusion, I immediately rushed over when I heard the news. Naturally, no one informed us, 36 Respected Elder Ming snorted. If I came a little later, wouldn't I have missed this meticulously planned and lively banquet today? Ming Yao was drenched in cold sweat and didn't know what to say for a moment. It seemed that 36 Respected Elder Ming already knew everything. He was the one who did his best to facilitate the concubine selection. Previously, 36 Respected Elder Ming had repeatedly warned him not to have any ideas about this. However, he still secretly did it when 36 Respected Elder Ming was in seclusion. He had originally thought that by the time this person came out of seclusion, everything would have been settled. At that time, even if 36 Respected Elder Ming was dissatisfied, What was done could not be undone, and he would not be able to say much. I didn't expect him to appear so quickly. This time, he was caught red-handed. Just when Ming Yao thought that 36 respected elder Ming might criticize him severely in front of everyone, he saw that 36 respected elder Ming did not say anything more to him. Instead, he turned around and walked to the other side. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to Lin Tianfeng's table. This was actually the first time Lin Tianfeng had seen this legendary existence. However, he was very clear that 36 revered elder Ming had also come to find Duguyu. As expected, 36 respected elder Ming's gaze landed on Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly, but soon relaxed as a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. Honorable Elder 36 Ming? Ming 36 was stared at by her clear, dark eyes and immediately felt guilty. He clenched his fist and coughed. Cough, lass, His Highness the Holy Sun has spoken words of gold. How can you go back on your words in front of everyone? Just treat it as if you're participating for fun. Anyway, it won't affect anything, right? Everyone was confused. Participating for fun? 36 respected elder Ming, is it really appropriate for you to say that? So many people present have a cautious and expectant attitude towards this matter. What do you mean by letting Duguyu participate for fun? Looking at 36 respected elder Ming's expression, Chu Luiyue suddenly had a thought. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at Rong Xiu, who was sitting at the head of the table, without batting an eyelid. Rong Xiu nodded slightly. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered. All right. With 36 respected elder Ming's interference and Chu Luiyue's help, this matter finally proceeded smoothly. The atmosphere was a little strange. Many people started whispering to each other. So 36 respected elder Ming actually knows that Duguyu? What exactly is her background? I'm not sure. But since she came with those people from Cave Heaven Cliff's Lin family, logically speaking, she shouldn't be of noble birth, right? That's true. But His Highness the Holy Sun and 36 respected elder Ming's attitude towards her seems to be very unusual. This girl looks ordinary. I really don't know what His Highness sees in her. Heh, so what? Today, all the noble ladies of the various clans are here. How can there be a place for her to stand? But then again, why is only 36 respected elder Ming here for such an important occasion? Where are the other respected elders? Perhaps the other respected elders have their own matters to deal with or are cultivating. Didn't you see that 36 respected elder Ming also came out of seclusion and hurried over? Moreover, not all the respected elders of Yuntian Tower are convinced by His Highness the Holy Sun. Shoo! We can't say such things. Everyone was discussing. Jiang Jiwan slowly pinched the corner of her clothes. Jiang Hetian turned back to look at her and saw her aggrieved eyes. He sighed and comforted her. All right, Ziyuan. Daddy knows that you are aggrieved, but His Highness the Holy Sun has always been like this. No one can stop him from doing what he wants to do. Don't worry. According to Duguyu's status, even if she is chosen, she will at most have the fate of a concubine. She doesn't even have the qualifications to be a concubine, let alone a princess consort. You don't have to worry, I'm not worried about this. Jiang Ziyuan bit her lips, and her voice was choked with sobs. I'm just sad, he must be interested in this girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. She had known him for so long, but he had never done anything especially for her. How could she not be sad when compared to him? What made it even harder for her to accept was that Duguyu didn't seem to want to accept her kindness even though she was being so generous. Rong Xiu was the most handsome man in the world. How could her so-called fiancé compare to him? Jiang Hetian patted her hand. As long as the person sitting next to him is you, he will be yours for the rest of his life. As for the rest, why should you care? These words finally made Jiang Jiwan snap out of her daze. She held back the tears in her eyes, nodded her head forcefully, and said stubbornly, "Of course I won't let others take away everything that belongs to me." Jiang Hetian heaved a sigh of relief and slowly smiled. This is the young mistress of the Jiang clan in the immortal water tomb. You are my precious daughter. Jiang Ji1 pursed her lips and looked up slightly at Chu Luyue. Thinking about everything that had happened just now, she felt even more uncomfortable. How could such a girl stay by his side? It would be best to find a way to chase her out from the beginning. Umo quickly brought a chair over and invited 36 respected elder Ming to sit to the left of Rongxiu. As Chu Luyue listened to the crowd's discussion, she glanced over. Rongxiu seemed to have specially prepared seats for the respected elders. Chapter 1069. Miss Dugu, it turns out that you even know 36 respected elder Ming? Lin Tianfeng's current feelings could no longer be described as shock. First, it was Lord Yanqing, then His Highness the Holy Sun, and now even the reclusive 36 respected elder Ming was familiar with her. Was she really just an ordinary outsider? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Chu Luyue regained her senses and nodded nonchalantly. We're not very familiar with each other, just. We've met a few times. Lin Tianfeng's eyes were filled with resentment. How could she have such an attitude after meeting him a few times? It was rumored that 36 respected elder Ming didn't even care about the Ming clan's matters. If it was really nothing, why would he say such things to her? Lin Tianfeng felt that he couldn't understand the woman in front of him anymore. She looked ordinary, but she was able to cure Ji Fei's illness as an 8th-grade celestial physician. She seemed to have no background, but she had dealings with the most honorable person in Yuntian Tower. She seemed to be hiding many secrets that couldn't be seen through. Lin Qifei looked at her meaningfully, then his gaze swept past Dugu Mabao. Perhaps his guess was true. Then, Yan Qing was finally able to continue reading from the booklet. Fortunately, there were no more accidents after that. When he finished reading, he closed the booklet and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Rongxiu leaned against the chair, languid and calm, with a noble aura that came from his bones. I like to play chess, and I also like women who play chess well. So, the first round is chess. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves, and countless silver lights flew out. The bright lights intertwined in midair, and quickly formed a huge chessboard in the center of the hall. Whoever can play with eye to the end will be the winner of this round. The hall was silent for a moment, and then there were whispers. Who would have thought that His Highness the Holy Sun's first round of choosing a consort would be a game of chess? However, many people knew that His Highness the Holy Sun liked to play chess. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with doing this. Jiang Hetian glanced at Jiang Ji1 with a smile. Don't you usually like and are good at this? From this, it can be seen that His Highness still cares about you. Jiang Ji1's cheeks were dyed with a touch of crimson, and she was a little shy. Father, don't tease me. Did father say something wrong? You've been learning chess from the patriarch since you were 3 years old, and your skills are exquisite. There are very few people in the world who can defeat you. Who else but you can claim first place? Jiang Ji1's face turned even redder. Looking at the shining chessboard, her eyes were filled with excitement and joy. It seemed that he did remember. Yan Qing asked. Who wants to be the first to come up and give it a try? Everyone immediately quieted down. Soon, a voice came from the crowd. Yinhua Mountain's Pei Pei is willing to give it a try. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was a woman in a crimson outfit. She was tall and slender. She had a fair oval face and delicate facial features. Among the many women who dressed up meticulously, she wasn't the top beauty. However, the valiant and heroic spirit between her eyebrows added a different kind of elegance to her. She had a wide saber at her waist, as if she was ready to draw it and fight at any time. After saying that, she walked straight to the center of the hall and stood on the huge chessboard. The eldest miss of Yinwu Mountain. I heard that she has a fierce personality and does things in a hurry. Seeing her today, it's true. She dares to be the first to go up. She's really brave. I wonder how many steps she can take. I heard that His Highness the Holy Sun's chess skills are very good. No matter how many steps she can take, she can still show her face in front of His Highness. At least it's better than being unknown, right? No matter how the people around her discussed, Pei Pei acted as if she didn't hear them. She raised her chin and looked at Rongxiu. Rongxiu said, "Miss Pei, please go first." "Thank you, Your Highness." Pei Pei responded with a grunt, and then started very nimbly. Dark red force gathered in her palm. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she hit the chessboard with the force. Buzz! A slight fluctuation was felt. A dark red round chess piece instantly appeared on the chessboard. "Your Highness, please." However, just as Pei Pei finished speaking, a golden chess piece quickly appeared on the chessboard. Rongxiu said indifferently, "This chessboard contains all the chess games that I have seen and played. Therefore, it can automatically place a piece." Pei Pei was stunned. "In other words, if I can't play a new game, Your Highness won't make a move personally?" Rongxiu nodded. Regretful sighs could be heard in the hall. Some of the women who were ready to make a move immediately withered. Didn't this mean that if they couldn't play to the same level as His Highness, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight him? If they weren't strong enough, there was no point in going up. It would be very embarrassing. A hint of astonishment flashed across Pei Pei's face, but she quickly recovered. She didn't say anything and continued. However, every time she placed a piece, the chessboard would quickly react and give her a countermove. More importantly, with every move, the pressure on the chessboard would become heavier. Pei Pei gradually felt the pressure, and the speed at which she played slowed down. Finally, after about half an hour, Pei Pei was no longer able to withstand the terrifying pressure. No matter how she tried, the origin power she unleashed would dissipate an inch or so away from the chessboard. She couldn't place a piece at all. At this moment, everyone could see that this chessboard was much stronger and more complicated than they had expected. After another failed attempt, Pei Pei simply chose to give up. "I admit defeat." UMO was in charge of recording. Yunwu Mountain's Pei Pei, 11 moves. Everyone had different expressions. In fact, Pei Pei could already be considered as one of the most outstanding women among the many women. Although Yunwu Mountain couldn't be compared to the Immortal Water Mausoleum, it was still one of the top clans in terms of strength and resources. As for Pei Pei, she was a genius carefully nurtured by Yunwu Mountain. At the age of 21, she had already broken through to the peak of the 9th level. Even she could only play 11 moves on the chessboard, let alone others. Pei Pei didn't seem to care. After bowing to Rongxiu, she simply went down. "Next!" Yan Qing shouted in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. However, the position of consort was too tempting. After some hesitation, many women still chose to give it a try. However, most of them couldn't even compare to Pei Pei. Some couldn't even place a piece on the chessboard. Thus, although many people tried, it didn't take long. Soon, everyone gradually calmed down. At this time, those who dared to go up had all done so. Only 2 women were more outstanding than Pei Pei, but they couldn't even make 20 moves. In the silence, many people looked at Jiang Jiwon. Chapter 1070. Jiang Jiwon of the Tomb of Immortal Water was a famous genius in the Divine Ruins world. Jiang Jiwon stood up, walked toward the huge chessboard, and stood still. She was beautiful to begin with, and today, she had dressed up meticulously. Naturally, she looked even more alluring. Moreover, she had only put on light makeup, and her outfit was simple and elegant. Compared to the other women who had put on makeup, she looked even more elegant and refined. Under the faint glow of the chessboard, she stood tall, graceful, and gentle. She had already surpassed the other women before her. She glanced at the chessboard, raised her hand, and placed a blue chess piece. Like before, the chessboard reacted quickly, and a golden chess piece appeared in another position. Jiang Jiwon didn't hesitate at all, and continued to place her chess piece. Time passed slowly. Jiang Jiwon had already made 20 moves, becoming the person who had made the most moves so far, but she still didn't stop. In fact, she didn't even slow down the speed of her chess game. Compared to the others before her, she was clearly much more relaxed. The hall gradually quieted down, and everyone had different expressions. Only a few people were discussing and exclaiming in low voices. As expected of the young miss of the Tomb of Immortal Water. Her strength is indeed not something that we can compare to. It's been rumored that she's going to be the princess consort. Now, who else could it be? She's only 22 this year, right? I heard that she's already become a demigod. Hiss. No wonder she's so powerful. This kind of appearance, this kind of background, really can't be compared. I heard that when she was young, she spent most of her time in the Yuntian Tower, and the Yuntian Tower's patriarch has always doted on her. Her chess skills were also learned from him. Does this mean that His Highness the Holy Sun set up this test for her? Jiang Jiwan was focused on her chess game, but she wasn't weak, and her 5 senses were sharp, so she could hear most of what was being said. A sweet feeling welled up in her heart. She placed another chess piece, and at the same time, looked at Rong Xiu, who was sitting at the head of the table, and smiled. Your Highness, please take this. With this move, it was time for him to make a move. However, when she placed her chess piece, another golden chess piece appeared on the chessboard. Jiang Jiwan's smile froze on her face. Chu Luyue poured a glass of wine out of boredom. I thought that this eldest Miss Jiang was really powerful, but I didn't expect. Did she overestimate herself, or did God underestimate Rong Xiu? Did he really think that he could force Rong Xiu to act personally? Looking at the huge chessboard again, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and leaned closer to Dugu de Bao, who was sitting at the side, and lowered her voice. De Bao, why do I feel that this chessboard is somewhat familiar? Dugu Mabao's expression did not change. All chessboards in the world look the same. What's there to be familiar about? Something's not right. Chu Luyue shook his head and said firmly. I must have seen it before, this aura. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and she looked at Dugu Mabao in disbelief. You pulled me down before, bang. There was a sudden explosion on the chessboard. A terrifying impact spread out in all directions. Jiang Jiwan was caught off guard, and she was the first to bear the brunt of it, and instantly flew out. Ziyuan. Jiang Hetian was shocked, and he immediately got up and threw out a force. Jiang Jiwan's body was instantly enveloped by a translucent barrier. With the help of this barrier, Jiang Jiwan finally landed safely. She looked at the chessboard in shock. The blue chess piece on it was already in a dead end. Digression, continue at 6 p.m. Chapter 1071. Jiang Jiwan, lost. Umo raised his hand and wrote. Jiang Jiwan of the Tomb of Immortal Water, 43 moves. This number was already the best compared to the previous girls, but she still couldn't reach the end and ask Rong Xiu to make a move. Crash, the chess pieces on the chessboard instantly disappeared and returned to their original state. The hall was silent. Everyone's eyes moved back and forth between the chessboard and Jiang Jiwan. Jiang Ziyuan felt as if there was a dagger on her back. She felt a burning pain on her face. She looked at the chessboard in front of her in disbelief. How could this be? This game was so difficult. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to reach this point. That was why she was sure that this game had reached the point where Rong Xiu needed to make a move. But, no. This also meant that someone had once taken more steps than her on this chessboard. But who could that person be? Could it be the clan leader or 36 respected Elder Ming? Jiang Jiwan couldn't guess. Alright, Ziyuan, you're already first. Don't think too much about the rest. Jiang Hetian comforted her. No one knew a daughter better than a father. Of course, he knew that Jiang Jiwan was very unhappy and aggrieved. She probably wanted to wait for Rong Xiu to make a move so that the two of them could play together. Jiang Jiwan took a deep breath and forced a smile. Thank you, father. I understand. She just felt a little regretful. Rong Xiu's chess skills were superb. She had known for a long time. It was a pity that she had never played a proper game of chess with him. Most of the time, it was the clan leader who played with him while she watched from the side. Every time she was eager to play, she wanted to set up the chessboard and play with him to her heart's content. However, he always rejected her with one reason or another. She thought that with today's opportunity, she could. Jiang Hetian comforted her in a low voice. His Highness is very good at this game. You still have some gaps. When you come to the Yuntian Tower in the future, you can learn more from His Highness. Jiang Jiwan's originally aggrieved and unwilling expression suddenly turned into a trace of shyness. Then, she nodded seriously. Yes. I know. Chu Luiyue, who was originally resting his chin on one hand and watching all of this with a lazy expression, raised his eyebrows. In the future? Come to the Yuntian Tower? Learn more from His Highness? A smile appeared on Chu Luiyue's lips. So they had already made their plans for the future? Yan Qing looked at the crowd. Is there anything else you want to continue? There was complete silence. Madam Yan Qing, basically everyone who wants to try has already come up. Moreover, the best results have already come out. I think this round should be over, right? Jiang Hetian laughed. Although he looked amiable, his tone was incomparably firm and did not leave any room for refutation. Wait a minute. A clear and calm female voice sounded, breaking the silence. Chu Luiyue's lips curved slightly, containing a hint of a smile. I want to give it a try too. You? Jiang Hetian asked instinctively, looking at her with a somewhat suspicious gaze. Just now, everyone had more or less seen how difficult this chess game was. If she still wanted to come up at this time, wouldn't she be asking for trouble? Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows. Why, can't I? Yes. Of course you can. Before Jiang Hetian could say anything, 36 respected Elder Ming, who was sitting above, hurriedly urged her. Little girl, go quickly. Everyone, Chu Luiyue, 36 respected Elder Ming seemed to have just realized that this was a little inappropriate. He quickly coughed, then quickly shot Rong Xiu a look. How is it? I've done a good job, haven't I? Rong Xiu's thin lips curved slightly, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Praise the respected elders. Chu Luiyue turned to look at Dugu Mabao beside her, pinched his chubby little face, and snorted softly. I'll settle your score with you when I get back. Dugu Mabao's eyelids twitched. It was rare that he did not get angry because his precious face was being pinched. Seeing his reaction, Chu Luiyue was even more certain of her guess. She collected her thoughts, dusted her clothes, and walked toward the chessboard. Please make way. Chu Luiyue's smile was very polite when she came up to her. Jiang Jiwan pursed her lips, feeling more and more uncomfortable. However, she forced herself to hold it in and did not flare up. She walked back with Jiang Hetian. However, her eyes did not move away from Chu Luiyue. She wanted to see how capable this woman was. Light flashed on the huge chessboard. Chu Luiyue stood with her hands behind her back straight. Her long black hair fell like clouds, and she was dressed in a neat red dress. She seemed to be able to attract everyone's attention just by standing there. She stared at the chessboard for a moment, then raised her hand and placed a chess piece. A red force flew out and hit the chessboard instantly. Buzz! The chessboard vibrated. A golden go piece appeared right after. That familiar feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Chu Luiyue did not hesitate at all and placed her chess pieces continuously. Soon, the crowd was shocked to find that she did not need to think at all when she was playing chess. Her movements were so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. Sometimes, before the golden chess piece could fully form on the chessboard, Chu Luiyue would have already made her move. How is she so fast? It couldn't have been done randomly, right? Many people in the crowd began to question her. It can't be. Look at the chessboard, isn't she moving all the time? She's not playing randomly. She is really good at this. Her thoughts are quick and flexible. This ability is probably even better than Lady Zhang's. At this moment, Jiang Jiwan's expression had changed from indifference to shock. Of course, she could tell that Duguyu's skill level was higher than hers. And not just by a little. Her gaze was fixed on the chessboard. At the beginning, she could still keep up, but gradually, the game became more complicated, and she had to think for a while before making each move. However, Duguyu did not stop at all. Soon, Jiang Jiwan's mind was in a mess. She's about to make the 43rd move. Suddenly, someone shouted. If she makes one more move, she'll beat Lady Jiang. Before the voice could finish, Chu Luiyue waved her hand and placed another chess piece without hesitation. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Duguyu's performance had already surpassed Jiang Jiwan's. Oh my god, I didn't expect Duguyu to be so good. How far do you think she'll go? I really can't tell, but, looking at how relaxed she is now, it shouldn't be a problem for her to ask His Highness for help, right? Even Lady Jiang couldn't do it. If Duguyu really succeeds, then, Jiang Jiwan bit her lip. Chu Luiyue did not care about her surroundings. Now, there was only the gigantic chessboard and Rong Xiu in front of her. Buzz! She placed a chess piece. This time, no golden chess piece appeared on the chessboard. Chu Luiyue raised her head slightly and looked at the man sitting on the seat of honor opposite her. She raised her eyebrows and smiled brightly. Your Highness, please. Chapter 1072. Her smile was bright and resplendent, and her eyes were like stars. Her facial features were clearly ordinary, but because of this smile, they instantly became lively. Many people were slightly stunned. This woman looked ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, she seemed to be extremely beautiful. Just the slight ripple of light in her jade-like eyes was enough to move people's hearts. Rong Xiu didn't look surprised at all. Instead, he smiled slightly. His originally cold and noble eyes instantly melted like the ice in early spring. There seemed to be a vortex in his deep eyes that could easily swallow people and make them sink. He raised his hand, and a golden stream of light flew out. Buzz! A golden chess piece fell, blocking the path of Chu Luiyue's chess piece. His Highness really made a move. She shouldn't be able to hold on much longer, right? It's rumored that His Highness's chess skills are superb. So what? Even if she loses now, she's still number one. What's more, she's the only one who can ask His Highness to make a move. Countless eyes were focused on the two people facing each other in the main hall. They were all focused, afraid that they would miss a single thing. However, not everyone was like this. At the very least, Jiang Jiwan wasn't in the mood to patiently watch at this time. Her heart seemed to be clenched by something, and her chest felt suffocated. The trace of discomfort caused by Duguyu at the beginning quickly spread to her whole body at this time. Ziyuan, how are you? Jiang Hetian frowned, his eyes full of worry. Jiang Jiwan forced a smile. Dad, don't worry. I'm fine. How could she be fine? She had always been outstanding since she was a child. Whether it was family background, appearance, or talent, she almost easily crushed others. She had always been the most eye-catching existence in the crowd. But now? All the glory had been taken away by the woman named Duguyu. She was obviously so ordinary, and there wasn't a single highlight on her, but she seemed to have some kind of magic that could easily attract everyone's attention. Needless to say, the level she was showing at this time was extraordinary. Jiang Hetian glanced at the chessboard. Ziyuan, she should be about to lose now, right? He didn't really understand what was going on, but based on his past experience, Duguyu shouldn't be able to hold on for long. If she lost faster, Ziyuan's mood might be slightly better. However, Jiang Jiwan clenched her fists. Her throat seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't say a word. It wasn't that she couldn't understand the intense battle on the chessboard. But it was precisely because she could understand that she felt even worse. Because compared to Rongxiu, Duguyu was actually not too inferior. The two of them were clearly evenly matched. Jiang Jiwan knew that she was definitely a genius in this aspect. She could easily crush 99% of the people here. However, compared to the woman standing in front of the chessboard with a calm and relaxed expression, it instantly dimmed and was not worth mentioning. Time slowly passed. Rongxiu and Chu Luyue had each placed their pieces dozens of times. The situation on the chessboard became more and more tangled, and the battle between the two sides became more and more tragic. Chu Luyue's red pieces were like a flood dragon, chasing Rongxiu relentlessly, trying to encircle and suppress him from all directions. His chess style was fierce. On the other hand, Rongxiu was more conservative, but his defense was tight, and there was still room for him to advance and retreat. Both sides had their own advantages, and the battle was extremely fierce. The two of them went back and forth. The chessboard, which was already shining brightly, was now even more dazzling. Rongxiu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Even across the chessboard, he could still keenly perceive the biting cold air coming from the opposite side. He rubbed his temples helplessly, and a helpless and doting smile flashed across his eyes. If this could make her calm down, it would be good. Finally, when the huge chessboard was almost filled to the brim, the crimson flood dragon finally trapped the patch of golden light. The fierce battle and the chaotic flowing light had already attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Everyone unconsciously held their breaths. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Life and death, it was at this moment. Chu Luyue looked at the chessboard in front of her. That familiar feeling had almost reached its peak at this moment. Countless scenes flashed through her mind. Those scenes that were once blurry and could not be seen clearly seemed to be gradually becoming clearer at this moment. But for some reason, there seemed to be a layer of fog in front of her. She knew very well that she was only one step away from seeing everything clearly. Within her dantian, her force surged wildly, and finally gathered in her palm. Then, she raised her hand and was about to place a piece. But for some reason, her hands suddenly trembled slightly. Something seemed to be gushing out from the bottom of her heart. She clenched her teeth and abruptly flung out the origin power. A red chess piece landed on the chessboard. Buzz! It was like a sword cutting through the throat. The golden color instantly dissipated. And it rapidly transformed into countless tiny golden light spots, spreading in all directions. Rongxiu raised his hand, and the golden color that filled the sky quickly flew back. At the same time, the chessboard also silently dissipated. On the opposite side, the otherworldly and demonic man's lips curled up slightly. You win. Crack. The black pyramid in Chu Luyue's dantian suddenly cracked open a third crack. A bright golden light pierced through it. In an instant, it was as if the thin veil in front of her had suddenly been lifted. Those scenes became clear. Digression, nothing today. Chapter 1073. Rongxiu, you're going easy on me again. She heard her own annoyed voice in her head. One day, I'll beat you even if you don't go easy on me. The young man in front of her leaned back in his chair and picked up the ginger tea beside him. He squinted his deep phoenix eyes lazily and said slowly, sure. His voice was deep and pleasant, like the wind blowing across the strings of a zither. As he spoke, the cup of tea was brought to his lips. His thin scarlet lips covered the mouth of the white jade porcelain cup gently. Hey, Rongxiu. That's my tea. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye and saw that he had taken the wrong cup. Rongxiu paused and looked up. Her originally cold eyes seemed to be dyed with some warmth in an instant. It was like the setting sun by the river in the evening. The brilliant afterglow was reflected in the water, making it the color of the sky and the water. Oh. Is that so? A few vague syllables came from between his lips and teeth, with a hint of a smile. Just when she thought that he was going to put down the teacup, she suddenly saw the man in front of her move the teacup forward again. His lips moved slightly, and he gently folded the remaining trace of rouge over it. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she was stunned on the spot. Even though she was usually very cunning, she did not expect him to do this. He took a sip of tea and then put the teacup down slowly. Her lips were especially moist because they were stained with tea. Chu Liuyue's face suddenly turned red. It was as if a flame was burning. The scorching heat swept over and almost engulfed her in an instant. He seemed to be unaware of it and raised his eyebrows slightly. So you drink ginger tea every day? Chu Liyue seemed to have finally found her voice and snorted softly. Ginger tea is bitter. Who told you to drink other people's tea? Now you're suffering, aren't you? Oh. Rongxiu supported himself with one hand and looked at her with a faint smile. I feel that this tea is sweet and delicious. The others can't even compare to a tenth of it. Chu Liyue finally couldn't sit still any longer and stood up abruptly. I suddenly remembered that I haven't practiced the qi sword art yet, so I'll go back first. With that, he left in a hurry. Rongxiu looked over. She was walking down the small path on the cliff. Her footsteps were light, and her light-colored dress fluttered like a butterfly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, lively and lively. After walking for some distance, she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at the cliff. Rongxiu seemed to have expected this. He raised his teacup and saluted her from afar. If you want to teach me a thing or two, Rongxiu is always waiting. The woman immediately disappeared at an even faster speed. Rongxiu's lips curled into a deep smile. That day, the sky was clear and the wind was gentle. A man dressed in white was sitting in a pavilion on the cliff. He leaned against the cliff, and the mountain breeze blew up the corners of his clothes, making him look like an immortal. And beside his hand was a cup of tea. Bitter and sweet at the same time. Those scenes gradually disappeared. Chu Liuyue's eyes gradually focused. Everything in front of her was reflected in her eyes again. She opened her mouth. Rongxiu's eyebrows moved slightly, and there seemed to be waves in his eyes. Miss Dugu, what's wrong? He lowered his voice, but there was a subtle calming power in it. Chu Liyue finally woke up completely. She closed her eyes and looked at Rongxiu not far away. At that time, whether it was Rongxiu or her, they didn't seem to be very old. Between their eyebrows, there was still the youthfulness and vitality unique to teenagers. At that time, they should have known each other for a while. Although she couldn't remember exactly how long. But she clearly remembered that her heart was beating violently at that time. That was the first time. Her heart was beating like a drum, her face was hot, and she didn't know what to do. But there was also an indescribable subtle joy. It was around then, or even earlier. She had already fallen in love with that person. From that time, until now, she didn't know how many days had passed. But they were still together in the end. Chu Liuyue's eyes flashed, and she shook her head. It's nothing, I just remembered some things. She raised her chin slightly, raised her eyebrows, and smiled. For this round, I should be number one, right? There was silence. Everyone looked at the woman standing in the middle of the hall, and for a moment, they were still in a daze. She was number one just like that. Previously, so many people wanted to ask His Highness to help, but they couldn't. But not only did she do it, she even won against His Highness. Rongxiu's lips curled slightly, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. You're number one, you deserve it. Jiang Jiwan broke her delicately manicured nails. An intense pain came from her fingertips, and her face turned even paler. But these feelings, compared to the frustration and unwillingness in her heart, were not worth mentioning. How could this be? She was supposed to be number one. From the beginning until now, she had never doubted that she was the most outstanding one here, and also the most suitable and qualified person to be the princess consort. She had taken it for granted, so she didn't feel any pressure. Until now, when Dugu snatched the first place, she finally realized that there was always someone better. The position that she thought was at her fingertips, was actually not that secure for her to sit on. In fact, if the women from other tribes had won, she wouldn't feel so bad. She would rather let Pei Pei and the others win than see Duguyu standing in the middle and being the focus of everyone. This was because Rong Xiu clearly treated her differently. Jiang Jiwan's heart surged with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Jiang He-tian turned his head and saw Jiang Jiwan's embarrassed and wronged expression. He frowned. Even he didn't expect that the first place would be snatched by Duguyu, who came out of nowhere. Ziyuan must be feeling terrible. She was used to being proud, how could she accept such an outcome? Ziyuan, don't worry, this is only the first stage. You just have to work hard and use your full strength, you will definitely be able to turn the tables. Jiang He-tian comforted her patiently. But she won the first place, Jiang Jiwan murmured. So what? Don't tell me that the Yuntian Tower can really let such an unidentified woman become the princess consort? Jiang He-tian was very confident. As long as Rong Xiu weighed the pros and cons, he would definitely leave the princess consort to the immortal water tomb. As for the others, those lowly concubines, he could just pick any one of them. None of that mattered. As he spoke, he saw from the corner of his eye that there was blood dripping from Jiang Jiwan's palm. He was shocked. Ziyuan, your hand. Jiang Jiwan came back to her senses and subconsciously leaned her hand back, gritting her teeth. I'm fine. Father is right, I will take back the first place later. She would never let Duguyu steal the limelight again. Thinking of this, she looked up at Rong Xiu. Your Highness, the first stage is over. Then, let's start the second stage. She had to win this second stage. Chapter 1074. The second stage is also very simple. The Rong Xiu raised his hand. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. Then, a huge snow-white figure slowly walked out of it. It was a white lion with a muscular body. Its fur was snow-white, and only its eyes were icy blue, emitting a cold light. Its aura was shocking. It walked toward the Rong Xiu, its paws landing on the ground as it walked silently. But those sharp claws were vaguely visible. It walked to the Rong Xiu's side and lay down obediently, looking down with a pair of majestic and murderous eyes. As if looking at ants. Wherever it passed, the cold air was oppressive. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths. This was a divine beast. And its level was extremely high. Shueshue's eyes contracted. Divine beast. The Rong Xiu stroked Shueshue's head and said casually, whoever can subdue it will be considered qualified. In the main hall, there was a series of gasps. The divine beast contracted by His Highness the Saint. It was rumored to be ferocious and extremely powerful. It was obvious how difficult it was to subdue it. Those who were slightly weaker would be courting death if they went up. Some of the women's faces had already turned pale, and they were trembling. They thought that participating in the consort selection was just a competition of family background, talent, and beauty. But they didn't expect that His Highness the Saint would take them by surprise. To compete in this. Gosh, that's a divine beast. According to rumors, its strength is comparable to a god-level master. I'm only at the peak of level 8, how can I be its opponent? I don't dare to even level 9. I really don't know what His Highness the Saint is thinking. If I also have a contracted divine beast, it'll be much easier, right? It's easy to say, but how can a divine beast be so easy to obtain? Ordinary people like us don't have to think about the position of consort. Only the most powerful clans had such resources. For example, Miss Jiang. It was said that when she was 10 years old, Yun Tiang's clan leader had personally caught a divine beast cub and made it her contracted magical beast. There's no way we can catch up to this kind of luck. Many people started whispering to each other. Jiang Jiwan heaved a sigh of relief. Shue. That's good. On the one hand, she had contracted a divine beast and was not weaker than Shue. On the other hand, she and Shue could be considered old acquaintances, so it was naturally much easier for her to deal with Shue. Thinking of this, Jiang Jiwan took a step forward. Your Highness, I'm willing to be the first. Chu Liuyue's mouth twitched when he saw Xue Xue lying beside Rong Xiu's feet. So the reason it left earlier was to make an appearance now? She really didn't know what would happen if these people knew that this majestic white lion had asked for a hug from her the night before. What would happen? Seeing that Jiang Jiwan was going to be the first one, Chu Liyue simply stepped aside. Xue Xue immediately looked at her with resentment. I thought she was going to be the first one. If she made a move directly, wouldn't the second round be over? Now, he had to drag this out even more and go through a lot of trouble. Chu Liyue pretended not to see it and smiled politely at Jiang Jiwan. Miss Jiang, please. After he finished speaking, he returned to his seat with a carefree look on his face. Xue Xue looked up at her mistress again. If it weren't for you, would I be implicated? Humph. Rong Xiu also glanced at it indifferently. It only came back after shouting 3 times. I wonder whose demonic beast this is. Xue Xue sighed in its heart. If it wasn't for its bad eyesight back then, how could it be so miserable now? Rong Xiu raised his chin. Xue Xue then stood up. Let's solve these problems first. Swoosh. Xue Xue leaped from the seat of honor to the middle of the hall, only 10 steps away from Jiang Jiwan. Its coquettish and shameless expression had long since disappeared and was replaced by a cold and dignified expression. Chu Liyue watched from the side and rested her chin on one hand. She found it very interesting. It was only at this moment that she belatedly remembered that such a huge beast was actually a divine beast. Speaking of which, she actually hadn't seen Xue Xue fight seriously. Who asked it to always hide its true strength like its master in the past? Thinking of this, Chu Liyue raised her eyebrows and looked like she was ready to watch a show. Xue Xue, long time no see. A smile appeared on Jiang Jiwan's face. She knew very well how much Rong Xiu valued this divine beast. It was important to have a good relationship with it. But in the face of Jiang Jiwan's flattery, Xue Xue seemed unmoved. It tilted its head and a trace of impatience appeared in its eyes. It didn't seem to care about the identity of the person in front of it. Instead, it was only blaming her for not starting. Its sharp claws scratched the ground. A thin layer of frost quickly condensed. It was already prepared for battle. Jiang Jiwan instantly felt very awkward. She took a deep breath and comforted herself. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for many years that it was treating her like this. However, she was still confident that she could subdue it. So, she put away these thoughts and held her breath. The next moment, a blue force gathered in her palm. 6-pole lock. The blue force instantly transformed into 6 ropes and flew towards Xue Xue, enveloping it. In the blink of an eye, the 6 ropes had already formed a huge hexagon in the air above Xue Xue. And inside, light flickered and quickly formed a strange pattern. Immortal Water Tomb's Jiang family's totem. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Looks like she's determined to win this round. She's even summoned her totem. This 6-pole lock is one of the ultimate moves of the Immortal Water Tomb. It looks simple, but in reality, its sealing power is extremely strong. Rumor has it that even if one's strength is 1 level lower than the opponent, the cultivator can still use this move to seal the opponent in battle. And then counterattack. Using this move to deal with this round is just right. If Jiang Jiwan directly wins, then the rest of the people don't need to go up. Jiang Jiwan looked at Xue Xue. Xue Xue, if you admit defeat now, I can stop. This is good for both of them. Xue Xue looked up and a trace of disdain flashed across its eyes. Admit defeat? Wasn't she overestimating herself? 6-pole lock? What the hell? Xue Xue raised its paw and waved it fiercely. Several streaks of light flew past. Chi chi chi. Instantly, the crowd heard the sound of something being cut apart. Then, they saw that the 6-pole lock that was hovering above Xue Xue's head had been cut open from the middle. The light on it quickly dimmed. The blood in Jiang Jiwan's chest and abdomen surged. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. She looked at Xue Xue in shock. How did its strength suddenly improve so much? Xue Xue bared its teeth and swiped its paw at her. Did you really think that I ate so much yellow sand for nothing? Digression, Kavinka felt terrible. Update at 6 p.m. Chapter 1075. Roar. A vigorous figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Jiwan. It jumped with all its might and blocked Xue Xue's claw. Rip, the sound of sharp claws tearing through flesh was jarring. Jiang Jiwan hurriedly retreated, her face pale. In that instant, she really thought she was going to die under Xue Xue's claws. Everyone looked over and saw that the one blocking Jiang Jiwan was also a fiend. It was a muscular leopard. Its entire body was brown with black spots, and it had a pair of wings on its back. A pair of jade-green eyes, deep and terrifying. This was Jiang Jiwan's contracted divine beast, the double-winged black star leopard. At this moment, Xue Xue had viciously torn off a piece of flesh on its back. Fresh blood was dripping from the wound. On the other hand, Xue Xue's claws were stained with some blood. It was completely unaffected. Everyone could see that although this double-winged black star leopard was also a divine beast, its level and ability were obviously lower than Xue Xue's. In such a situation, it would not be easy for Jiang Jiwan to win. Jiang Jiwan was still in shock. If the double-winged black star leopard had not appeared in time, she would have. The more panicked she was, the deeper the hatred in her heart. She gritted her teeth. Leopard, go. However, the double-winged black star leopard did not immediately move. It seemed to hesitate. It lowered its body warily, but its gaze toward Xue Xue was filled with respect that could not be ignored. The hierarchy of fiends was strict. High-level fiends usually had strong control and deterrence over low-level fiends. This was an inheritance that came from the bloodline. All fiends had to obey it. Hence, although the double-winged black star leopard had heard Jiang Jiwan's command, its respect for higher-level fiends could not be erased. It had only jumped out in a moment of desperation earlier because it was forced by the power of the master-servant contract between Jiang Jiwan and it. However, it was really difficult for it to fight Xue Xue head-on now. Jiang Jiwan was furious. Leopard. The winged black star leopard scratched the ground twice with its claws. Xue Xue glared fiercely at the man and beast opposite her. A cold light flashed across her eyes. In the next moment, it quickly scuttled out. Take the initiative to attack. Their target was the winged black star panther. Back. The double-winged black star leopard spread its wings and was about to fly into the air to fight. However, before it could do anything, there was a flash of light, and Xue Xue was already right in front of it. The winged black star leopard was shocked. He immediately ran in another direction. It was fast. However, Xue Xue was even faster. With a light tap of its toes, it instantly left several afterimages in the air. Several exclamations came from the crowd. Although the double-winged black star leopard's level is lower than the white lion's, its speed is top-notch. Logically speaking, it should have the upper hand in this aspect. How did this happen? In the blink of an eye, Xue Xue was already in front of the winged black star leopard. It raised its claws and slapped down. Paw! The winged black comet panther was unable to react in time, and its head was directly hit. Its vision turned black, and its body fell heavily to the ground uncontrollably. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Leopard. Jiang Jiwan was shocked and immediately wanted to charge over. However, Xue Xue did not give her the chance. It quickly landed and opened its mouth to bite without hesitation. No, Jiang Jiwan's voice became shrill. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was exceptionally crisp. One of the winged black star leopard's wings had been bitten off from the middle by Xue Xue. Blood splattered everywhere. The black bones were exposed, and one could even see the broken stubble. It was an eerie sight. Jiang Ji-won gasped. She was so agitated by the scene before her that she almost fainted. Her father had personally found this winged black star leopard for her on her 10th birthday. After so many years, she had taken good care of it and was very attached to it. Now that one of its wings had been bitten off, how could she bear it? Shui Shui raised its head. Its icy blue eyes were cold and had a hint of provocation. Its meaning was clear. Do you want to continue? The winged black star leopard struggled to get up. Unfortunately, Shui Shui was suppressing it, and it could not move. Jiang Ji-won was shocked and furious. However, she knew that if this continued, it would not end well. She was unwilling to accept this. She clenched her fists, and her nails pierced her palms. Everything that had happened earlier kept replaying in her mind. The 6-pole lock was easily torn apart, and the winged black star leopard could not retaliate. I admit defeat. Jiang Ji-won gritted her teeth and spat out these words. The first challenge of the second stage ended just like that. It started naturally, but ended unexpectedly. Before this, everyone thought highly of Jiang Ji-won. However, who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Shui Shui's attacks were clean and direct. It was a one-sided suppression. Even someone as strong as Jiang Ji-won was defeated. After a rough calculation, he realized that he hadn't even been able to hold on for 15 minutes. Hearing her admit defeat, Shui Shui jumped down from the winged black star leopard. It looked down and rubbed its claws against the ground in disdain. The winged black star leopard was such a lowly creature. Its blood would only stain its noble claws. If not for the fact that it wanted to end the battle quickly, it would not have bothered to do this. Jiang Ji-won retreated with the winged black star leopard. Rong Xiu leaned against the throne. His expression was still languid. Next. His voice was low and pleasant. It was light and gentle. However, the expressions of many women changed. Next. Even Jiang Ji-won was in such a state. Wouldn't the others be worse off? They yearned for the position of princess consort, but they had to be alive first. They did not want to lose their lives for nothing. Wouldn't that be too much of a loss? Rong Xiu raised his brows and looked around. Many people lowered their heads. They were obviously unwilling to accept the challenge. 36 respected Elder Ming looked at Chu Luiyue a few times. He could not help but urge her. Didn't you form a contract with a divine beast too? He looked like he was about to pull Chu Luiyue up. Upon hearing this, many people in the palace looked at Chu Luiyue, including Jiang Ji-won. She was treating the winged black star leopard's wounds. When she heard that, she immediately looked up. Divine beast? That Duguyu has one too. She pursed her lips. So what if she has a divine beast? If she goes up, she'll end up like me. Chu Luiyue stood up and walked toward Shui Shui. Finally, she stopped about 10 steps away. She has a divine beast too. I wonder what level it is. She doesn't seem to have any background. Her divine beast's level shouldn't be too high, right? But she knows His Highness the Saint and 36 respected Elder Ming. Maybe, amidst the crowd's discussions, a small red figure appeared on Chu Luiyue's shoulder. It was Dumpling. Then, with a whoosh, Dumpling suddenly spread her wings. See how I'll deal with you today. Shui Shui also seemed to be energized. Roar. The hatred of stealing my master is irreconcilable. Whoever wins will be her fiend. Chu Luiyue. Chapter 1076. She raised her hand. Hey, that, whoosh. Before she could finish her sentence, Dumpling had already flown out. Shui Shui leaped. The two weapons clashed and instantly became entangled in a fight. You want to steal my master? Dream on. You've already gotten such a good thing, and you're not letting other beasts dream on. I want it. Bah. You shameless thing. Your real master is still sitting up there. Talk after you win. One snow white and one crimson red, the two figures entangled with each other, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Chu Luyue curled her fingers and retracted her hand awkwardly. This. It seemed like she didn't need to do anything. She raised her eyes to take a look. A certain someone who was blatantly despised had a calm expression, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. However, when she occasionally looked at Xue Xue, there was a hint of coldness. Chu Luyue mourned for Xue Xue in her heart for a moment, and then chose to watch the show. Anyway, this wasn't their first time fighting, and it would naturally be fine after the fight. Compared to Chu Luyue's relaxed and calm expression, the others who were watching were dumbfounded. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Duguyu's divine beast was actually on par with His Highness the Holy Sun's divine beast. That's a red-tailed phoenix. Rumor has it that its bloodline is closest to the ancient divine beast, the crimson gold heavenly phoenix. Someone suddenly shouted in shock. According to this level and strength, it was normal for it to have such combat strength. However, not only did this explanation not clear up the doubts of the crowd, but it also made them even more shocked. Red-tailed phoenix? Such a divine beast is extremely precious, and even the various tribes might not have it. This Duguyu. Isn't her luck too good? It's not just luck. The red-tailed phoenix has a noble status and is extremely difficult to tame. If one doesn't have a certain level of strength, it's definitely impossible to make it willingly form a contract. The way I see it, this Duguyu does have some skills. There's always someone better than you. Although she looks ordinary, there's really nothing to say about her ability. Jiang Jiwan could hear all kinds of discussions. She gritted her teeth and the veins on the back of her hand popped out. Red-tailed red phoenix, red-tailed phoenix. That was indeed an existence of a higher level than her contracted magical beast. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she definitely wouldn't have believed that such an ordinary girl of unknown origin could actually form a contract with such a divine beast. She had always thought that the winged black star leopard she had contracted was already very good. After all, talented people like Rong Xiu were extremely rare, and divine beasts like Xue Xue were also extremely hard to find. But this Duguyu, the most infuriating thing was that while the two spiritual beasts were exchanging blows, she was standing by the side with a lazy expression, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. Suddenly, Jiang Jiwan was startled, and a guess appeared in her mind. That Duguyu looked so confident. Could it be that she was already certain that he would win? She knew Rong Xiu and 36 respected Elder Ming. Moreover, the attitude of those two towards her was indeed different from that of ordinary people. In the end, Xue Xue was also Rong Xiu's contracted divine beast. If he wanted to, Xue Xue's victory or defeat was still in his hands. Screech. Following Dumpling's clear cry, the two entangled beasts finally separated. Xue Xue's fur was messy, and there were a few bloodstains on its body. Especially its nose, which was directly pecked by Dumpling's sharp beak and was bleeding. It was a miserable sight. Dumpling wasn't any better. Many of its feathers had been plucked off, and there was even a bald patch on its tail. The two stared at each other, panting heavily. It was obvious that they were still not convinced of each other's victory. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this battle was almost a draw, with both sides winning and losing. But this result was already very shocking. There was almost no one else in the entire Yuntian Tower who could fight to a draw with His Highness the Saint's contracted divine beast. Seeing that the two were about to continue fighting, Chu Luyue finally spoke. Dumpling, come back. Only then did Dumpling retract its wings and return to its original small form, landing on Chu Luyue's shoulder. Then, it raised its head and glanced at Dumpling very coldly. What's there to be so arrogant about? This master belongs to whoever it belongs to. Xue Xue roared indignantly. Dumpling sneered, then nestled in Chu Luyue's shoulder, intimately rubbing against her face, and threw a disdainful look at Xue Xue. Pfft, I'm going to piss you off. Xue Xue was angry and couldn't help but look at Chu Luyue pitifully. Ahem. Chu Luyue coughed. You guys, still want to fight? Humph. Shue Shue turned around resentfully. It was sad. It listlessly returned to Rong Xiu's side and lay down weakly. Everyone was speechless. It admitted defeat. Rong Xiu glanced at it. It didn't seem to have deliberately gone easy on it just now. In that case, Dumpling's strength had increased rapidly, and it had indeed reached the point where it could fight with Shue Shue. As if it had been seen through, Shue Shue simply buried its head. I'm not listening. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked away. It seems that Miss Dugu still wins this round. Wait. Before Rong Xiu could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted. The person who spoke was Jiang Ji-won, who had left the arena in a sorry state just now. She stood up. Your Highness, there's something I don't understand. Rong Xiu's expression was indifferent. Miss Jiang, please speak. Jiang Ji-won was silent for a moment, then raised her hand and pointed directly at Chu Luiyue. I want to know, did Shue Shue deliberately let her win that round just now? The crowd was in an uproar. Jiang Ji-won was too bold to directly ask such a question. Rong Xiu seemed to smile. Miss Jiang, are you suspecting that I'm unfair? Shue Shue was his contracted divine beast. Suspecting Shue Shue was naturally suspecting him. Jiang Ji-won pursed her lips. Ziyuan doesn't dare. Ziyuan only asks that your Highness give me a chance. If Miss Dugu can defeat me, I will naturally be convinced. As she spoke, she looked at Chu Luiyue and said firmly. I wonder if Miss Dugu dares to accept. There was dead silence all around. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Chu Luiyue. In fact, not only Jiang Ji-won, but they also had the same doubts in their hearts. In this almost suffocating atmosphere, Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly, then smiled slowly, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her eyes. She nodded with a relaxed expression. Okay. Digression, Kawan felt uncomfortable. Today at 4:00. Tomorrow at 6:00. Chapter 1077. Then, Chu Luiyue's gaze shifted, and it landed on the bloody-winged black star leopard at the side. Miss Jiang's contracted divine beast doesn't seem to have the strength to fight anymore. Although it can't, there's still me. Jiang Ji-won walked forward. The two of them faced each other. As long as you and your divine beast can defeat me, I'll be convinced. As soon as Jiang Ziyuan finished speaking, she closed her eyes. A layer of faint light flickered. Then, a shocking aura erupted from her body. Demigod. Several gasps could be heard from the crowd. She has indeed broken through to the demigod realm like the rumors say. A 22-year-old demigod. She should be a genius second only to His Highness the Holy Sun, right? I heard that she's also a mystic master. She's really outstanding. I wonder what Duguyu's strength is at. Hearing the discussions around her, Chu Luiyue tilted her head and glanced at Rong Xiu. His strength had indeed reached the demigod realm and might even be higher now. If she wanted to catch up to him, she would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Miss Dugu, please. Jiang Ji-won said. Chu Luiyue retracted her gaze and smiled. Then, she reached out and touched the chain around her neck. That was the yuan item that Dugu Mabao gave her to conceal her aura. With a touch, the layer of concealment on her body dissipated. She activated her force and her real aura appeared. There was a moment of dead silence in the main hall. Jiang Ji-won was the first to widen her eyes in shock. A stage 7 warrior? Are you kidding me? This Duguyu, who had always been extremely powerful, in the end, was just a mere rank 7 warrior. She thought that she was at least a stage 9 warrior. Otherwise, how could she be so bold and presumptuous? Chu Luiyue didn't seem to notice anything wrong. She smiled and asked, why? What? Is there a problem? This was an admission. Because she was too shocked, Jiang Ji-won couldn't react for a while. She couldn't help but laugh, her eyes filled with absurdity and disbelief. Rank 7 warrior? Are you sure you want to continue fighting me? She only needed one move to finish off a cultivator of this level. Chu Luiyue blinked. Wasn't eldest Miss Jiang the one who suggested this? Could it be that she's regretting it? Jiang Jiwon found this ridiculous. Is this Duguyu crazy? Did she know the difference between a rank 7 warrior and a demigod? At this time, the surrounding crowd also came back to their senses. The way they looked at Chu Luiyue was speechless. It was as if they were looking at an ignorant clown. A rank 7 warrior dares to be so arrogant? To think that I thought she could fight with eldest young Miss Jiang just now. Tisk. How did a cultivator of this level get in here? In this entire ethereal hall, there shouldn't be any cultivator lower than her, right? The crowd discussed fervently. There were even people who deliberately asked Lin Tianfeng, how come the ethereal hall is so desolate? Patriarch Lin, when did the heavenly cave cliff fall to such an extent that even a mere rank 7 martial artist is qualified to come to the heavenly cloud tower? Their words were filled with sarcasm. In the world of God, the strong were respected. A rank 7 warrior like Chu Luiyue wasn't qualified to be placed here. It was no wonder the crowd had such an attitude. Lin Tianfeng's brows were tightly knitted together. Although Miss Dugu's cultivation isn't high, she's an 8th grade celestial physician. Furthermore, she cured my son Ji Fei's illness. Our Lin family is indebted to her, and she's an honored guest of the ethereal hall. I hope that everyone will be careful with their words. As soon as he said that, some people quietened down. That Duguyu was actually a celestial physician. Although an 8th grade celestial physician wasn't the best in the eyes of the crowd, her identity as a celestial physician was indeed worthy of respect. Not to mention, she looked very young. If she really had top-notch talent as a celestial physician, everyone would be convinced. However, there were some who didn't think much of it. Heh, Lin Tianfeng, even if you want to speak up for her, you don't have to lie like that, right? Your ethereal hall also has a 9th grade celestial physician, and even they couldn't do anything about it after so many years, let alone an 8th grade celestial physician. This ear-piercing voice came from the corner. Lin Tianfeng turned around and saw that the one who spoke was Cold Spring of the Frosty Mountain Valley. He said calmly, with His Highness here, I wouldn't dare to lie. You, Cold Spring choked. Now that Lin Tianfeng had brought up His Highness, who would dare to speak up? He flicked his sleeves fiercely. Even if she's an 8th grade celestial physician, she's bound to lose this round. Jiang Jiwon raised her chin slightly. If you admit defeat now, I'll let you go. His eyes and expression were filled with a trace of arrogance and lofty aura. It was as if Chu Luiyue was just a lowly ant in front of her. This tone made Chu Luiyue very unhappy. She shrugged. I'm sorry, but I don't have such plans for the time being. Jiang Jiwon sneered inwardly. You don't know what's good for you. All right. Since that's the case, let's begin. I hope that later Miss Dugu won't regret it. Jiang Jiwon didn't want Duguyu to give up either. She wanted to take this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Anyway, she had already pushed it away, but Duguyu didn't want to take the opportunity. Then, there wouldn't be a chance to regret it later. Chu Luiyue nodded and took a step back. Jiang Jiwon was stunned. Chu Luiyue patted Dumpling on her shoulder. Dumpling, go help Miss Jiang move her muscles first. Jiang Jiwon came back to her senses and mocked and despised her in her heart. She knew that she was no match for her, so she sent a divine beast to fight? What a good plan. Unfortunately, this Duguyu was too naive. Divine beasts were very strong, especially the red-tailed phoenix in front of her with an extremely powerful bloodline power. Unfortunately, this was Duguyu's contracted divine beast. The level it could perform was closely related to Duguyu's own strength. A divine beast contracted by a 7th grade warrior was just a joke. Swoosh. Jiang Jiwon waved her hand, and a blue cloak flew out. That cloak was light and agile, and when it fluttered in the wind, one could vaguely see silver light spots. A shocking pressure spread out from it. Mid-grade divine weapon, wind-calming silk. The immortal water mausoleum indeed has a deep foundation. To casually use a mid-grade divine weapon, this time, the red-tailed phoenix is in danger. Jiang Ji-won's slender waist turned, and at the same time, she waved out the wind-calming silk. Chi! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Like a blue stream of water, it flew out instantly. Whoosh! Dumpling flapped her wings. A ball of red flames also quickly met the attack. The scorching hot temperature instantly raised the temperature of the entire hall. Chapter 1078. Boom! The red and blue colors collided fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere. However, the calming wind silk did not directly penetrate this terrifying fireball. Instead, the edges were stained with red flames. Sparks spread. Jiang Ji-won was shocked and swung it hard. Light flashed on the calming wind silk. Instantly, it was as if frost was shaken off. Those flames were suppressed and then extinguished. But this was only a small part. The huge fireball in front of her was still like an impassable wall. It blocked the path of the calming wind silk. Jiang Ji-won's heart stirred. Her footsteps crisscrossed, and she quickly left the place and ran in another direction. At the same time, the calming wind silk also changed its position in midair. From the initial direct attack, it changed to entangling the fireball. Soon, half of the fireball was covered by the calming wind silk. Screech! Dumpling let out a clear cry. It flapped its wings and rushed directly toward Jiang Ji-won. A strong wind blew. Jiang Ji-won knew that things were not good. She immediately set up a barrier in front of her and at the same time, she tiptoed and retreated. Crack! Tuanzi smashed the enchantment with its claws. Jiang Ji-won's chest tightened, and a trace of surprise arose in her heart. That Dugayu was just a rank 7 warrior. How could her contracted divine beast be so powerful? She swung her wrist. The calming wind silk flew toward Dumpling with a cold aura. The moment it was about to approach, several lightning flashed. This was Jiang Ji-won using the power of Tianlei gathered on it. Dugayu had not broken through to the god realm, so her contracted divine beast would definitely not be able to withstand this power. Just as this thought flashed through Jiang Ji-won's mind, she saw the red-tailed phoenix opposite her tear at the calming wind silk without any hesitation. Swish! Dumpling actually cut a hole in the calming wind silk. And those several powers of Tianlei seemed to have no effect on it at all. How is this possible? Jiang Ji-won was shocked. However, she did not know that Dumpling was not born a red-tailed red phoenix. It was only after experiencing the lightning tribulation that it finally broke through its shackles and stepped into this level. Therefore, it did not fear the power of Tianlei. Moreover, although Chu Luyue was not a divine realm master, he had a trace of divine power in his body. With this power, Dumpling would be able to display extraordinary strength. Seeing that this trick wouldn't work, Jiang Ji-won made a prompt decision and pulled the wind-fixing silk in front of her. At the same time, she took a few steps back and stood firm. She closed her eyes, crossed her hands in front of her, and the aura around her soared. A ball of blue origin power gathered in her palm. At the same time, a strange pattern appeared between her brows. It was the totem of the immortal water mausoleum. In an instant, a vast and majestic pressure that seemed to have come from ancient times descended. The crowd was in an uproar. Is she going to use her totem power? I didn't expect this red-tailed red phoenix to be able to force her to this extent. That divine beast is powerful, but after Jiang Ji-won uses this trick, this battle should be over. You have to know that with the support of totem power, a cultivator can display strength that is far beyond their original level. Chu Luyue narrowed her eyes. She did feel a faint threat from Jiang Ji-won. A wave spread from Jiang Ji-won's body. Then, a blue light flew out from the totem between her brows. Bang! The blue light instantly turned into countless light spots, with Jiang Ji1 as the center, spreading in all directions. Wherever the blue light spots passed, the space froze inch by inch. Very quickly, the blue dots of light around her formed a huge sphere. Dumpling was also trapped in it. Chu Luiyue slowly clenched her fists and stared at the scene in front of her. This was totem power. Swoosh! Jiang Ji1 suddenly opened her eyes. Black primordial slash. As soon as she finished speaking, a blue light blade flew out from her palm. Chi! A sharp sound was heard. In the next moment, the blue light blade was already heading straight for Dumpling. Dumpling wanted to break free from the predicament in front of her, but her movements became very slow. Because the totem power that Jiang Ji1 erupted had already helped her form a divine territory, and it had an extremely terrifying pressure. Dumpling was no match for it at all. The light blade was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Dumpling, and it was about to cut off her neck. Jiang Ji1's lips curled into a smug sneer. So what if there was a divine beast? Her master didn't have the strength and was still vulnerable in the end. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew over. It directly passed through the blue divine territory and blocked in front of the red-tailed red phoenix. Boom! The blue light blade was hit by a force and shattered with a bang. Jiang Ji1 suffered a backlash, and her chest shook, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked up in shock and anger, only to see a huge black eagle blocking all her attacks. When she saw the other party's appearance, Jiang Ji1 suddenly widened her eyes, and then she couldn't help but exclaim, "The legendary three-eyed eagle." Those shiny black feathers, those sharp and cold vertical pupils, that terrifying aura that made people's hearts turn cold, wasn't this the legendary divine beast, the legendary three-eyed eagle? The other people in the hall were also shocked by this sudden scene. Originally, the battle was going well, and Jiang Ji1 was about to win. Why did a legendary three-eyed eagle suddenly appear? The legendary three-eyed eagle hugged its wings and then suddenly spread them out. Boom! An astonishing pressure spread out. A dazzling golden light flew out from its vertical pupil. Like a sharp sword, it directly split the blue divine territory in front of it in half. Jiang Ji1 knew that this was not good and immediately wanted to retreat. However, she was fast, but the legendary three-eyed eagle was faster. In the blink of an eye, the golden light had already entered an unstoppable state and was heading straight for her. Jiang Ji1 was extremely shocked. She hurriedly pulled the calming wind silk in front of her to block the attack. However, the calming wind silk barely managed to block the attack for her before it shattered with a bang. Jiang Ji1 was hit, and her body flew backward and fell heavily to the ground. A muffled sound. Jiang Ji1's body was in severe pain, and her head was dizzy, and she almost fainted. Ziyuan. Jiang Hetian suddenly stood up. Patriarch Jiang. Rongxiu, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly spoke lazily. If you go on stage now, it's equivalent to representing Jiang Ji1 to admit defeat. Jiang Hetian suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking at the bloodstained and pale Jiang Ji1, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. At this moment, his hatred for Chu Luiyue had reached the extreme. Jiang Ji1 was the apple of his eye, and she had never been beaten to such a state in all these years. His eyes were filled with anger as he shouted at Chu Luiyue. Dugayu! How dare you use such a despicable method in front of His Highness the Saint and everyone else? Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes. Despicable method? May I ask, Patriarch Jiang, what have I done to cross the line? This is a duel between you and Ziyuan, and you openly asked for external help. You, Patriarch Jiang, you've misunderstood, said Chu Luiyue with a smile, interrupting him. This legendary three-eyed eagle is also my contracted divine beast. Chapter 1079. Jiang Hetian's expression froze. The hall suddenly quieted down. Countless eyes filled with shock and suspicion turned to Chu Luiyue. What did she say? That legendary three-eyed eagle was also her contracted divine beast? You're lying. Jiang Hetian snapped out of his daze, his first reaction being disbelief. A person can only contract one divine beast, that's impossible, the truth is right before your eyes. If Patriarch Jiang refuses to believe it, then there's nothing I can do. Chu Luiyue raised an eyebrow at the two divine beasts. Do you want one of you to stay, or do you want to attack together? The two of them looked at each other and separated. Then, they surrounded Jiang Ziyuan from the front and the back. It was obvious that they were going to attack together. Chu Luiyue rubbed her forehead and smiled helplessly at Jiang Hetian. Patriarch Jiang, I'm so sorry. You see, both of them have bad tempers. Sometimes I can't control them. Jiang Hetian's eyebrows twitched. What a cunning Dugayu. She clearly didn't want to let Jiang Jiwan go, but she pushed the blame onto the two divine beasts. Jiang Hetian's veins bulged. You? What kind of trick did you use? Although he asked this question, Jiang Hetian knew in his heart that these two divine beasts should indeed belong to Dugayu. Both the red-tailed phoenix and the legendary three-eyed eagle were divine beasts with extremely powerful bloodlines. If such existences were not willing, then no one could force them to do anything. Especially when it came to recognizing a master. It should be known that most of these mythological beasts were extremely arrogant. If one were to simply use some violent means to subdue them, they would rather commit suicide than submit to a cultivator that they were unwilling to follow. The fact that she had contracted a red-tailed phoenix was enough to make others envious and shocked. Who knew that she had a legendary three-eyed eagle as well? This was simply inconceivable. But now, Jiang Hetian had no time to think about it. If Patriarch Jiang insists, then there's nothing I can do. We can discuss this matter later, but for now, let's settle the matter of this duel, said Chu Luiyue lazily as she looked at the other side. Jiang Jiwan was knocked to the ground and had just barely managed to stand up. Her face and body were covered in messy bloodstains, and her expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Chu Luiyue in shock and anger. She had also heard everything that was said earlier clearly. Two divine beasts. What is the origin of this Dugayu? Eldest Miss Jiang, do you admit defeat or continue? Asked Chu Luiyue very amiably with a smile. Jiang Jiwan's lips moved slightly. Of course she didn't want to admit defeat. However, there was the legendary three-eyed eagle in front of her and the red-tailed phoenix behind her. All of them were eyeing her covetously. She had no doubt that as long as she said, continue, these two would attack at the same time. She had already used her totem power, but she still couldn't win, let alone now. Jiang Jiwan clenched her teeth, her lips and teeth filled with a thick bloody smell. She had wanted to use this opportunity to win against Dugayu and snatch back the title of number one, but she didn't expect it to develop into such a situation. She hadn't even officially fought with Dugayu, and she had already lost. In the dead silence, Jiang Jiwan closed her eyes and said word by word, I admit defeat. Eldest Miss Jiang is so straightforward. Chu Luiyue wasn't stingy with his praise, and praised sincerely. Jiang Jiwan's chest was stuffed with anger, and she almost died of suffocation. Digression, continue at 6 p.m. Chapter 1080. Finally, Jiang Hetian couldn't hold himself back anymore. He rushed forward to support Jiang Jiwan and brought her away. Ziyuan, are you all right? Jiang Jiwan wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. Of course she wasn't all right. The consort selection test had already gone through 2 rounds, and the champion of both rounds was Dugayu. With such results, even if Dugayu couldn't become the consort, she would at least be able to stay in the Yuntian Tower. Just thinking about how she might have to face that face every day made Jiang Jiwan feel disgusted. If she didn't like Dugayu at the start, she was now filled with disgust. Jiang Hetian hurriedly ordered the heavenly doctor elder who had come with him to take Jiang Ziyuan's pulse. Old Su, how's Ziyuan? Jiang Hetian asked worriedly when he saw Old Su's frown. Old Su sighed. First, Missy's life isn't in danger, but she's injured internally. I'm afraid she'll need at least half a month to recover. How did this happen? Jiang Hetian was shocked. Ziyuan clearly set up her god domain earlier, and she even had the calming silk to block it. Even though the legendary three-eyed eagle is powerful, it shouldn't have caused such severe injuries. This, Old Su glanced at Jiang Jiwan. First, Missy should be more aware of this, that legendary three-eyed eagle is indeed powerful. Jiang Jiwan closed her eyes and retracted her hand. She tried her best to calm down. Even though she was furious, she didn't forget that this was the ethereal hall. Countless people were looking at them from all directions. In fact, it's even stronger than the crimson-tailed phoenix. She recalled everything that had happened earlier, and her heart still trembled. When the legendary three-eyed eagle made its move, she really felt the threat of death looming over her. That shouldn't be. Jiang Hetian was even more confused. Even though the legendary three-eyed eagle is also a divine beast, it shouldn't be stronger than the crimson-tailed phoenix. However, he knew that Jiang Jiwan wouldn't lie about this matter. After a moment of silence, Old Su lowered his voice. Patriarch, a cultivator can only form a contract with one divine beast. That Dugayu is obviously problematic. Perhaps that legendary three-eyed eagle is hiding something strange. Jiang Hetian furrowed his brows and shook his head. Forget it. You treat Ziyuan first. We'll talk about the rest later. Yes. Chu Luyue cupped his hands in the direction of the Immortal Water Mausoleum and smiled. Eldest Miss Jiang, thank you for letting me win. Jiang Jiwan gritted her teeth, but in the end, she did not flare up. Let her be smug for now. Chu Luyue then surveyed her surroundings, raised her brows, and smiled lightly. Is there anyone else who doesn't agree with the current outcome? Everyone can come up and fight, I will accompany you to the end. Dead silence. What a joke. Even Jiang Jiwan had been beaten to such a state. Who would be so blind as to rush forward? Wasn't that just looking for trouble for himself? Two divine beasts. Would an ordinary person be able to bear it? It seems that no one has any objections. Rong Xiu, who was sitting at the head of the table, spoke lazily and calmly. Then the first place of the second round will also be Miss Dugu. Everyone had different expressions, but no one said anything else. Just then, Rong Xiu suddenly stood up. Everyone turned to look at him strangely. Then, they saw the handsome man in a black brocade robe with one hand behind his back, his thin scarlet lips slightly curved. I have only prepared 3 rounds for this consort selection ceremony. Now that Miss Dugu has won 2 of the rounds, there is no need to proceed with the last round. He raised his hand and pointed at the woman in red standing in the distance. The position of consort belongs to her. Everyone was shocked by his words. His Highness the Son of Saint had chosen the consort just like that? There was no third round, no foreshadowing, no warning. It was decided just like that. This was simply catching everyone off guard. Your Highness, you can't. Jiang Hetian stood up instinctively and shouted in a deep voice. The position of consort is extremely honorable. It concerns the prosperity of the Yuntian Tower and all the tribes. How can you make such a rash decision? Rong Xiu's lips curved into a faint smile, but there was no smile in his eyes. In the consort selection ceremony, all the tribes of the Yuntian Tower were invited. Not a single one was left behind. Moreover, the competition was carried out fairly and justly. Everyone saw it clearly and can be considered as witnesses. Now that the results are out, she is first in both rounds. Naturally, it was reasonable for her to be chosen as the princess. Why is it a rash decision when it comes to family head Jiang? Jiang Hetian choked, his heart burning with anxiety. If Dugayu was chosen, then what about Ziyuan? He took a deep breath, his face dark. Could it be that His Highness had decided to choose Dugayu as the consort from the beginning? Then, what is the point of this round of competition? Dead silence. Only the Jiang family of the Immortal Water Mausoleum would dare to question Rong Xiu like this. Rong Xiu's smile faded, and his eyes narrowed. I did not interfere in the consort selection ceremony from beginning to end. Could it be that I helped her get first place? Jiang Hetian was speechless. That's right, everyone here saw with their own eyes how Duguyu won the 2 matches. They had no choice but to accept it. Jiang Hetian clenched his fists. He could see that Rong Xiu was interested in Duguyu. Otherwise, he would not have insisted that she participate in the consort selection ceremony. But he had always thought that even if Duguyu performed well, Rong Xiu would at most give her the status of a concubine. She was not even qualified to be a concubine. Therefore, he had never taken Duguyu seriously. But who would have thought that Rong Xiu would not only choose her, but also give her the position of consort? Where would the Immortal Water Mausoleum put their face? Seeing that this reason could not be used, Jiang Hetian immediately changed it. Your Highness, this woman's background is unknown. Even if you really want to make her your consort, you should first show her background to convince the crowd. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tianfeng. If I remember correctly, Duguyu came with clan head Lin and the others from Cave Heaven Cliff. But she doesn't seem to be from Cave Heaven Cliff? Lin Tianfeng was still immersed in the shock of Rong Xiu directly choosing Chu Luyue as consort. He did not react for a moment. Lin Qifei's lips moved slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from behind. She is indeed not from Cave Heaven Cliff. She is an outsider. Lin Qifei's heart skipped a beat. He turned back to look. The person who spoke was Lu Ruhai. At this moment, Lu Ruhai did not seem to notice Lin Qifei's warning look. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Chu Luyue in the main hall. She is just an ordinary woman who came from the outside world a few days ago. Chu Luyue looked at Lu Ruhai, narrowed her eyes, and sneered in her heart. She knew that he would not give up so easily. So this was what he was waiting for. The moment the words, outsider, came out, a storm was set off in the main hall. However, Lu Ruhai did not seem to be satisfied. Sensing Chu Luyue's gaze, he looked over with a cold glint in his eyes. Then, he pointed at Dugu Mabao. Also, she does not have a fiancé. She is already married. She even has a child. Chapter 1081. The crowd was in an uproar. Not only was Duguyu an outsider, but she also had a child. How could such a person become the princess consort? Discussions broke out as countless suspicious eyes fell on Chu Luyue and Dugu Mabao. No wonder Cave Heaven Cliff brought a child over this time. So that's Duguyu's son. Since he's already married and has a child, how can he still participate in the princess consort selection ceremony? Isn't this a joke? This Duguyu is really bold. She played everyone in Yintian Tower like a fiddle. She really can't be underestimated. A woman like her should be killed immediately. All kinds of voices filled his ears. Clearly, these 2 sentences of Lu Ruhai's made them extremely shocked. Lu Ruhai was secretly proud of himself when he saw that he had caused such a big commotion. He looked at Chu Luyue arrogantly, wanting to see the panicked expression on her face. However, there was none. The woman still stood there quietly, as if she had turned a deaf ear to the words around her. Her ordinary face was calm. The way she looked at him was also very strange. It was as if she was sympathetic. Sympathetic? Lu Ruhai almost thought that he had seen wrongly. After being exposed in front of her, she would have a hard time in the coming days. How could she show such an expression at this time? At this moment, Jiang Hetian asked in a deep voice. Is what you said true? Lu Ruhai cupped his hands. I'm Lu Ruhai of Cave Heaven Cliff, the celestial physician of the Lin family. I can vouch on my reputation that what I said is true. On the way here, He had heard Lin Tianfeng and his son discuss with Dugu several times about helping Dugu Mabao find his biological father. How could it be false? Jiang Hetian was secretly happy, but he did not show it on his face. He suddenly looked at Chu Luiyue. Dugu, do you have anything to say about this? Chu Luiyue really sympathized with Lu Ruhai. A ninth-grade celestial physician was useless from today onwards. Why did he have to provoke Dabao of all people? It was fine to say that she was already married, but to say that Dabao was her son. Chu Luiyue quickly glanced at Dugu Mabao and saw that his delicate little face had turned completely black. Seeing that he was about to lose his temper, Chu Luiyue gave him a reassuring look, then looked at Jiang Hetian and said firmly, "Of course." Because what he said was all lies. Lu Ruhai sneered. Fake. Dugu, for the sake of glory and wealth, you don't even want to acknowledge your own child? The patriarch and the fourth young master can bear witness to this matter. From the very beginning, you came here to find the man who abandoned you and your son. Now, you still want to deny it? Many people looked at Lin Tianfeng and his son. They were the ones who brought her here, so naturally, their words were the most trustworthy. Lin Tianfeng frowned. Although it was beyond his expectations that the Saint Prince would choose Dugu as his princess consort, he still hoped for the best for Dugu. After all, she was Ji Fei's benefactor. If he nodded now, wouldn't he be putting Dugu to death? Just as he was hesitating, Chu Luiyue spoke first. Patriarch Lin and the fourth young master will of course agree with what you said just now, because in their hearts, this is indeed the case. However, what if I say that from the very beginning, what I said was not true? Chu Luiyue's lips slowly curved into a sly smile. I said that I brought Dabao here to find someone. However, I have never personally admitted that Dabao and I are mother and son, and I have never admitted that the person we are looking for is his father. Patriarch Lin and the fourth young master can also bear witness to this. That's right. Lin Qifei pondered for a moment, then spoke with a serious expression. Miss Dugu has indeed never said these things herself. It's just my and father's speculation. A woman bringing a child to find someone, who else could she be looking for? In fact, it was reasonable for them to think this way. Lu Ruhai was stunned for a moment, then immediately clenched his teeth. If you say it's not, then it's not. What evidence do you have? Then what evidence do you have? Chu Luiyue immediately asked. Lu Ruhai was speechless. This matter had developed to this point, and it seemed to have become a dead knot. Everyone's eyes wandered back and forth between the few of them, not knowing who to believe. After a short silence, a voice came from the side. If Miss Dugu really has nothing to do with that child, why did she go through so much trouble to bring him from the outside world to the divine ruins world? Hearing this, Chu Luiyue looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was Jiang Ji-won, who had just treated her wound. Her pretty and gentle face was now deathly pale, but it made her look even more delicate and pitiful, making her look even more pitiful and lovable. Also, since Miss Dugu is only a rank 7 warrior, then, how did she successfully pass through the door of the divine ruins world and come here? Her voice had returned to its usual calmness, as if she was not questioning, but simply asking a question. But these two questions hit the nail on the head. It was already very difficult for ordinary cultivators to break in from the outside world. Why did Dugu have to bring a child? How much trouble would that add? Not to mention, with her current realm, it was impossible for her to enter. Everything was full of doubts. Of course it's because I want to. Chu Luiyue said with a smile. Also, as for how I came in. Of course, I came in with my own ability. Could it be that someone specially came to pick me up? Rong Xiu rubbed his nose. Yan Qing felt a chill down her spine and lowered her head. Umo scratched his head in confusion. Was he scolding Master or Yan Qing? But he quickly thought it through. He was still scolding Master. Yan Qing was not qualified. Jiang Ji-won felt that Chu Luiyue was simply pestering endlessly. She might as well not have answered these two questions. Wasn't she just running away? Miss Dugu, please answer my question directly. If you can't prove your innocence, then we really have reason to suspect that this child is really yours. A woman with a child wants to be the princess consort. Is she dreaming? Chu Luiwei raised her chin. May I ask, in what way does Debao look like me? Everyone subconsciously sized up the two of them. One had purple hair and purple eyes, while the other had black hair and black eyes. They were really worlds apart. Moreover, the child was extremely beautiful, while Duguyu, isn't it simple? He just looks like his father. Jiang Hetian pressed on. Duguyu, since you admit that you came to Yuntian Tower to look for someone, why don't you find that person now and confront him face to see who this child is? Chu Luiwei raised her eyebrows. Are you sure? Jiang Hetian sneered. Why, you don't dare. That's not it, Chu Luiwei rubbed her chin, then turned to Rongxiu. Your Highness, they insist that this is your child. Why don't you come and identify it yourself? Digression, there was another slightly later, around 7 o'clock. Chapter 1082. The ethereal hall fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, the air seemed to have frozen, and even time seemed to have stopped. Everyone doubted whether they had heard wrongly. What did Duguyu say to the Son of God? This child, is him, the person she is looking for, is the Son of God? Rongxiu coughed. If he didn't speak up now, that person would probably make a move. I haven't even gotten married yet, so how can I have a child? It was like a thunderclap. Everyone was stunned, and it took a long time for them to recover from their shock. He admitted it. Did he admit it? Wasn't His Highness saying that he was the man Duguyu was looking for? Her fiancé? Your Highness. Jiang Jiwan could no longer maintain the image of a noble lady. Her face was ghastly pale, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Your Highness, do you know what you are saying? Of course I do. Rongxiu's gaze turned a little colder as he glanced at her. On the other hand, Miss Jiang seems to have forgotten her own identity. Jiang Jiwan's heart clenched in pain, and her face was burning. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. Seeing her in such a difficult position, Jiang Hetian couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Duguyu, she, the fiancé you spoke of previously is indeed I. Rongxiu interrupted Jiang Hetian's words and spoke frankly. So, I can testify to everything she said earlier. As he spoke, he turned to look at the dumbfounded Lu Ruhai. May I know if I am qualified to be her witness? Lu Ruhai's face turned ghastly pale. How could this be? How could this be? Didn't they say that Duguyu's fiancé was just a lowly guard of the Yuntian Tower? How did he suddenly become the Son of God? But no matter how much he refused to believe it, he knew that this was the truth. His Highness said it himself, how could it be false? He then recalled the series of events that had happened after they had arrived. Regardless of whether it was Yan Qing's respectful and careful attitude, the seats in the first row, or the closeness of 36 respected elder Ming, all of this confirmed this matter. Previously, he only felt that it was strange, but now that he thought about it, everything seemed to have been foreshadowed. Lu Ruhai felt cold all over. He didn't need to think to know what kind of powerful figure he had offended. At this moment, he was filled with regret, and he finally understood why that woman was always so calm and composed. Not only did she have a backer, but it was also the most powerful backer in the entire Yuntian Tower. Lu Ruhai's lips trembled as his aged face trembled violently. However, he was unable to speak a complete sentence. Since the consort selection ceremony has ended and the results are out, then the position of consort belongs to Yuer. Wait. Before Rongxiu could finish speaking, a deep and powerful voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Hearing this familiar voice, 36 respected elder Ming's smile suddenly froze as he looked at Rongxiu. A dark light flashed in Rongxiu's eyes. Everyone looked outside. Then, they saw a few figures flying in quickly from outside. Those few people were extremely fast. Before anyone could see their footsteps clearly, they had already arrived in the hall. The person in the lead had white hair and a thin face. He wore a gray robe, and the aura around him was obscure and powerful. As for the two people behind him, they weren't that weak either. However, they were in a hurry and looked travel-worn, as if they had rushed back from outside. After they entered, the pressure that came with them made the surrounding people subconsciously quiet down. Many people had a look of reverence in their eyes. When Jiang Hetian saw them, he immediately cupped his hands. Respected Elder Yu Jing. Respected Lord Qingchen. Respected Elder Shi Kai. Many people were secretly shocked. It turned out that these few people were also the respected elders of Yuntian Tower. Everyone bowed. The leader, Elder Yu Jing, waved his hands and looked straight at Rong Xiu as he said straightforwardly, "Don't worry. Your Highness, this Duguyu cannot be chosen as the princess consort." Rong Xiu's expression did not change. He even raised the corner of his lips slightly. Respected elders, you have returned from a long journey. I will make the decision on the princess consort selection. You don't have to worry about it. Yu Jing's voice was cold. Now that the patriarch is in seclusion, your highness is in charge of the Yuntian Tower. Everything should be decided by your highness. However, the princess consort selection is of great importance. Your highness, please listen to us. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Luyue and frowned. How can an outsider be the princess consort? Rong Xiu said lightly. I met you, when we were young and we were already engaged. However, because I was busy with the matters here, I didn't have time to bring her back. And this time, she won first place in the princess consort selection. She is the best candidate for the princess consort, both publicly and privately. What's more, I've already spoken. Are you all trying to make me go back on my word by objecting like this? Your Highness, you misunderstand. We are thinking for the future of your Highness and the entire Yuntian Tower. Yu Jing's attitude was very stubborn. If your Highness really likes her, you can take her as the princess consort. This is already a great honor for her. However, she is really not qualified for the position of princess consort. Rong Xiu's thin lips curved slightly, and there seemed to be a stream of light in his deep eyes. He said word by word like a sage. In this lifetime, I will only take one person as my wife. And this person can only be her. Chapter 1083. The man's deep and clear voice reverberated throughout the entire ethereal hall, clearly reaching everyone's ears. There was complete silence. Jiang Jiwan's already pale face turned even more miserable. Her body swayed, and she nearly fell to the ground. Jiang Hetian hurriedly supported her. Seeing her sad and despondent appearance, he was angry and anxious. He couldn't help but raise his head and shout, Your Highness, be careful with your words. Are you going to disregard all the tribes of the Yuntian Tower? How can an outsider be the consort? As long as Rong Xiu still had the slightest bit of rationality left, he wouldn't say such words in public. Everyone, including themselves, had already decided a long time ago that the consort could only be chosen from the immortal water mausoleum. Now that something like this had suddenly happened, what was going on? Where were they supposed to put their faces? Rong Xiu's expression didn't change at all, and his authority was unquestionable. If I say she can, then she can. Your Highness. Elder Yu Jing clasped his fist with a cold expression. Are you really going to be so obstinate? Rong Xiu suddenly chuckled, and his eyebrows shot up. Over the years, I have been obstinate many times. Are you all still not used to it? Elder Yu Jing choked. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Rong Xiu's words were definitely not an exaggeration. His identity was very special. Back then, when the clan head and the others found him, he was supposed to be executed. However, 36 revered Elder Ming had risked his life to save him. In addition, his talent and bloodline were simply too powerful, so he barely managed to survive. He had been in the Yuntian Tower for more than a decade. From the lowly bastard who was bullied by others to the current holy son, it was clear that he was a shrewd person. Now that the clan head was in seclusion, he was even more domineering than before. And now, even his consort was going to marry an outsider. Indeed, the blood of a lowly person flowed in his bones. However, Elder Yujing and the others didn't dare to say such words out loud. The Rongxiu of today was no longer who he used to be. Just like this consort selection ceremony. It seemed lively, open, and fair, but in fact, he had already chosen that woman. All of this was just a gimmick. It was all for the sake of justifying her ascension. He didn't even care about the gazes of others and openly revealed his intentions. Who could stop this? Your Highness, what you said makes sense. Miss Dugu has indeed passed the consort selection ceremony selection and became number 1. It is only natural for her to obtain the position of consort. Exalted Elder Qingchen, who was standing behind Exalted Elder Yujing, suddenly laughed and said amiably. However, you know the rules of the Yuntian Tower. The princess consort had to be someone with the bloodline of the divine ruins world. Otherwise, even if we all agree, she won't be able to pass the sacrificial god temple's test, right? Chu Liuyue's eyebrows twitched slightly. The trial of the sacrificial god temple? She had to be someone with the bloodline of the divine ruins world? Just as she was pondering, Rongxiu's indifferent and firm voice sounded again. In other words, if she can pass that test, you will all acknowledge her identity? Exalted Elder Qingchen nodded. Of course. Rongxiu chuckled. Good. Chu Luyue looked at Rongxiu with a blank expression. Good. What good? She didn't have the bloodline of the divine ruins world. Even if she had the Tianjing Yuan meridian, she shouldn't be able to fool them on such an occasion, right? However, Rongxiu didn't seem to see her doubt and worry. He strode down with his long legs. He was very tall, and his black brocade robe outlined his waist even more perfectly. His shoulders were broad, his waist was narrow, and his body was tall and slender. Every step he took was light and quick, but there was also an indescribable air of nobility about him. It was as if he had walked out of a landscape painting, noble and elegant, flirtatious and devilish. Chu Luyue stared at him, and for a moment, she was in a trance and subconsciously held her breath. The man in front of her was strange yet familiar. He always wore a white robe, gentle and clean, like a banished immortal. However, today, he only changed into a black robe, but he seemed to be a completely different person. Decisive, cruel, and cold. In the air, she could even smell a faint smell of blood. That was the aura of a person who wandered between life and death all year round, controlling countless lives. He was Prince Rongxiu. He was also the holy son Rongxiu. However, when she looked at his face, she felt that he was still him. Such a gentle look was only for her. He walked over and stretched out his hand. I'll go with you. He didn't call himself I. He said he would go with her. Countless people's eyes followed him, but in his eyes, there was only her. For a moment, Chu Luyue suddenly felt something surging in her heart. She held his hand, it was broad and warm. Good. Jiang Jiwan bit her lip. The smell of rust spread between her lips and teeth, but she didn't feel the slightest pain. At this moment, in her eyes, there were only the two people standing hand in hand. Everyone could see clearly that he took the initiative to reach out his hand first. In front of that woman, he wasn't the high and mighty holy son, he was just a man looking at the woman he loved, his eyes full of joy. He had never looked at her with such eyes. Jiang Hetian saw her expression, sighed in his heart, and comforted her. Ziyuan, don't worry, she is an outsider, and definitely can't pass the test of the sacrificial god temple. Not to mention others, even the ancestors of the Yuntian Tower wouldn't agree to let such a woman casually ascend to the position of princess. Jiang Jiwan pursed her lips. But, she has many tricks up her sleeves. Who knows if she will still if this Dugayu was really as ordinary as she looked, how could she have contracted two divine beasts? Even in the world of gods, she had never heard of anyone who could do so. Jiang Hetian harumphed coldly. She might be able to win these tests with some random tricks, but what kind of place was the sacrificial god temple? That was where the ancestral tablets of the Yuntian Tower's ancestors were enshrined. No matter how capable she was, could she possibly change her bloodline on the spot? Outsiders were born inferior to others. It was wishful thinking for her to be compared to the orthodox sects of the world of gods. Just wait and see. She'll return in low spirits in a while, and she'll fail completely. Jiang Hetian raised his chin. With Elder Yu Jing and the others around, the position of princess consort will still be yours. Jiang Jiwan nodded uneasily. Rong Xiu and Chu Luyue walked out of the ethereal hall hand in hand and arrived at the square outside. Behind them, Elder Yu Jing and the others also walked out in a single file. The rest of the people in the hall also followed out curiously and stood around the square. Rong Xiu raised his chin and looked at the peak of the mountain. That's the sacrificial god temple. There's an infinite godly dial there. All you have to do is place your hand on it and infuse your origin power into it. The infinite godly dial will point to different numbers based on the strength of your bloodline. 1 is the weakest, and 12 is the strongest. Chapter 1084. Chu Luyue nodded in understanding. Then what level do I have to reach to be considered a success? Rong Xiu paused and explained. If the head of the Lin family comes, it's about 5. If the head of the Jiang family comes, it's 8. As long as you reach 5, it's considered a success. The Lin family of Cave Heaven Cliff was considered a third-rate family in the Divine Ruins world. The bloodline power of their family members was basically at this level. As for the Immortal Water Tomb, it was obviously a level higher. This was also why the Jiang family of the Immortal Water Tomb was so confident. Those that were lower than the Lin family of Cave Heaven Cliff were not ranked in the Divine Ruins world and had no right to control the Door Realm. Therefore, it had to be at least 5. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows. What about you? Rong Xiu's thin lips curved slightly, his expression languid. 11. He was indeed abnormal. Chu Luyue clicked her tongue. She had long guessed that Rong Xiu was very talented, and she was even more certain of it when she came here and found out about his true identity. So when she asked this question, she was already fully mentally prepared. Unfortunately, this man never gave others a chance to live. 11. This could be considered as the most perfect bloodline in the world. You really know how to find trouble for me. Chu Luyue exhaled. This is going to be tough. Rong Xiu seemed to have guessed her thoughts, and a smile appeared in the corners of his eyes. You don't have to be the same as me. You just have to reach 5 and convince them. If it's only 5, I'm afraid they won't keep their mouths shut, right? Chu Luyue chuckled and retorted. Besides, I want to stand by your side openly. Even if I can't be the same as you, I can't be too far off, right? Ha, naive. Jiang Hetian heard their conversation and couldn't help but snort coldly. It's extremely difficult for outsiders to summon the infinite divine sundial. Let alone others. If you have time to daydream here, you might as well think about how to not embarrass yourself. Jiang Hetian spoke bluntly. The Mausoleum of Immortal Water had a very high status. In addition, it had been under the care of the clan leader of the Yuntian Tower for the past few years. He had always been very arrogant and overbearing. Before, he had been polite to Rong Xiu and the others. But now, Rong Xiu had hurt his precious daughter's heart, and had also damaged the reputation of the Mausoleum of Immortal Water. He was furious, and naturally, he had no more scruples. When facing Chu Luyue, they were full of contempt and disdain. As far as he was concerned, such an outsider didn't even have the qualifications for him to take a second look. When she was defeated and humiliated in front of so many people, he did not believe that Rong Xiu would still protect her until the end. Rong Xiu's eyes turned cold, and murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. However, Chu Luiyue suddenly took the initiative to speak first as she smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Jiang. I will definitely work hard and not let you down." As she spoke, she even shook Rongxiu's hand and blinked. Her pair of black eyes sparkled brightly. "I'll be going then." What was the point of saying so much to these people? Using strength to prove herself was the only way to shut their mouths. Of course, she could also flaunt her affection, but it was more of a supporting role. It was fine for her to use it occasionally, but she wasn't willing to do it too often. The purpose of this was to clarify her sovereignty, not to argue with those people. She didn't want to waste too much time on those people, so it was enough for her to show her sincerity. Seeing her sly and quick-witted appearance, the anger in Rongxiu's heart instantly dissipated, and his noble eyes relaxed. "All right." Rongxiu waved his sleeves, and a golden streak of light flew out. The streak of light flew straight from the ethereal hall, forming a bridge that connected to the sacrificial god hall. Chu Luiyue leaped up, jumped onto the golden bridge, and went up. She actually went up. Isn't she afraid that she won't be able to detect the slightest bloodline and embarrass herself? Since things have already come to this, does she have a second choice? Indeed. Do you think it's that easy to become the consort of the Yuntian Tower? But she's an outsider. She'll only be courting death if she does that. Seeing Chu Luiyue's silhouette gradually disappearing into the distance, quite a few people began whispering among themselves. Most of them didn't think highly of her chances. Even though Chu Luiyue had summoned 2 divine beasts earlier, they still didn't think that she would be able to clear this trial. She was indeed powerful, but it was a pity that her birth couldn't be changed. She was born without a bloodline, and she wouldn't be able to do so in her entire life. Unless she made a breakthrough herself and became a god realm expert. Furthermore, even a half-god wouldn't do. She had to be a god realm expert. But how could it be that easy? Putting aside an outsider like her, there were countless cultivators in the divine ruins who were stuck at half-god realm for their entire lives, unable to advance any further. Even until their deaths, they were unable to take that step forward. Furthermore, she was only a rank 7 warrior now. If she wanted to summon the infinite divine sundial and her bloodline power test was at least 5 points, it was just a pipe dream. At this moment, Chu Luiyue naturally couldn't hear the discussions of the crowd below. Of course, even if she heard it, she wouldn't care. Everything else was fake. Strength was the real deal. Right now, the only question she was thinking about was, since Rongxiu had agreed to let her come up, then he must be confident that she would succeed. But she didn't seem to have any bloodline power. Even if the previous Shangguan Yu's body had barely inherited a bit of Taizu's power, it shouldn't be enough, let alone now. About a quarter of an hour later, she finally arrived at the end of the Golden Bridge, the sacrificial god temple. Looking around, there was a magnificent black palace in front of her. There were several divine beasts carved on the ridge of the roof, giving off a heavy pressure. In the middle of the tightly shut black door, there was a huge totem engraved on it. It was the totem of the Yuntian Tower. Chu Luiyue only took a glance and felt the blood in her body surging, and the force seemed to have begun to riot. She quickly retracted her gaze. This sacrificial god temple really couldn't be underestimated. In front of the main hall, there was also a huge square, and the ground was all paved with black jade. Standing on it, she could see her own reflection. The surroundings of the sacrificial god temple and the square were strictly guarded by soldiers wearing black armor. The aura of these people were stronger than the soldiers Chu Luiyue had seen before. When Chu Luiyue came up, they didn't look at her and still stood firmly in their positions. Chu Luiyue secretly exclaimed. Those who could stay in the sacrificial god temple were indeed not ordinary. Moreover, such well-trained soldiers would indeed be a great fighting force. Chu Luiyue lightly jumped down. At this moment, she was standing opposite the main hall, right in front of the square. Countless pairs of eyes converged on her body. The surroundings were quiet. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and closed her eyes. In the next moment, the aura around her body soared. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly sounded. Immediately, the void shook violently. A huge golden sundial slowly appeared. Digression, not feeling well, continue at 6 p.m. Chapter 1085. It was already late at night, and the sky was dark. However, the lanterns on the mountain lit up half of the mountain peak. However, the moment the everlasting divine dial appeared, its bright light illuminated the surroundings, making it seem as though it was daytime. Chu Liuyue's figure was also clearly illuminated. She stood at the peak of the mountain with her back straight. The night breeze blew her clothes, and her hair danced in the wind. It was as though she was about to ascend to the heavens. The everlasting divine dial was faintly golden in color, and there were 12 numbers on it. At this moment, there was a golden pointer pointing to the number 12 at the very top. That was the default position before the test started. It was so big that when Chu Luyue stood in front of it, she wasn't even half the size of the golden pointer. Thus, even though the crowd from the ethereal hall was a distance away, they were still able to see it clearly. However, at this moment, they were even more shocked. How did she manage to summon the everlasting divine dial so quickly? Logically speaking, an ordinary person would need around 7 to 8 minutes to awaken the everlasting divine dial. But this time, she seemed to have only stood there for a short while before the everlasting divine dial appeared. Even compared to some of the people from the Yuntian Tower, this speed is still considered fast. Isn't it said that the faster one can summon the everlasting divine dial, the stronger their bloodline will be? Back then, when His Highness ascended the mountain peak for the first time, he didn't summon the everlasting divine dial on his own accord. Later on, he indeed managed to achieve 11. It was precisely because of this that Rongxiu was able to preserve his life when he returned. His bloodline talent was his greatest trump card. Later on, he didn't let down everyone's expectations. He made breakthroughs swiftly, and in the end, he even obtained the position of the sage. His Highness is a one-in-a-million genius. How can ordinary people compare to him? The results aren't out yet. Let's talk about it after she passes that test. Everyone had different expressions, and they had different opinions. However, there were still some piercing voices that sounded from time to time. 36 Esteemed Elder Ming chuckled. With his hands behind his back, he spoke leisurely. I've been in the Yuntian Tower for hundreds of years, and I've seen this scene thousands of times. With this speed, it was basically a sure win. As he spoke, he winked at Rongxiu. Your Highness's foresight is as good as always. Rongxiu nodded happily. Of course. Jiang Ziyuan's heart ached as she listened to the duo's words, which were all praising Chu Luyue. She clenched her teeth in silence. Back then, she had summoned the infinite divine dial only slightly faster than this. And her level was already a rare 9. If there were no accidents, Duguyu should be able to get a 6. If he was lucky, a 7 was not impossible. This time, Duguyu was really going to succeed. Looking at the infinite divine dial that appeared in front of her, Chu Luyue blinked and stared at it for a while. For some reason, she could feel the powerful pressure coming from it, but she did not feel uncomfortable. This thing did not seem to be as scary as they had described it to be. Chu Luyue walked forward and stood a step away from the infinite divine dial. Then, she took a deep breath and raised her arm. Her palm slowly covered the infinite divine dial. It was cold to the touch, as if it was made of jade. A faint golden light flickered in the surroundings, making her palm look much clearer. Then, she held her breath and concentrated. A surge of force gushed out from her dantian and poured into her palm. There was no reaction from the infinite divine dial. Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment, then increased her strength. But this time, the everlasting divine dial was still silent. Look! I told you she can't do it. An outsider is an outsider after all. Even if she forcefully summoned the infinite divine dial, it would be useless. Jiang Hetian sneered. Jiang Jiwan's anxious heart also calmed down a lot. As long as Duguyu was defeated in front of everyone, then she would no longer have the face to stay in the Yuntian Tower. Time became extremely unbearable at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the figure on the mountain peak. Some were waiting for her to succeed and soar into the sky. Some were waiting for her to fail and disappear in loneliness. I wonder if Miss Dugu can do it, Lin Tianfeng, who was standing in a remote corner, muttered to himself. By the side, Dugu Mabao narrowed his demonic eyes. If she can't, then this world. At this point, his voice stopped abruptly. Lin Tianfeng lowered his head and looked at him strangely. He was only a child of 3 or 4 years old, but for some reason, he had an inexplicable respect for Dugu Mabao. After knowing that he was not Duguyu's child, this feeling had only increased. Lin Tianfeng was also a wily old fox. He did not believe that Duguyu had nothing better to do than bring this child all the way from the outer realm to the divine ruins world. Thinking back to the scene of this child smashing the table and the thick killing intent emanating from him, Lin Tianfeng did not dare to slight him. You mean, she can succeed? Lin Tianfeng asked cautiously. However, Dugu Mabao didn't even give him an extra glance. His small face was expressionless, clearly unwilling to say anything more. Lin Tianfeng coughed awkwardly. Father, don't worry. Miss Dugu can definitely succeed. Lin Qifei suddenly spoke. How can you be so sure? Lin Tianfeng asked. Lin Qifei only smiled and did not speak. His clear eyes seemed to reflect the bright golden light of the mountain peak. She could cure his illness as an 8th-rank celestial physician. What else was impossible? Chu Luiyue frowned. Strange. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. After all, the force in her body was quite strong. Why was the infinite divine dial not reacting at all? She made up her mind and fiercely mobilized the force in her dantian. In an instant, the water droplets seemed to be affected by something and slowly started to spin. Buzz. The infinite divine dial shone brightly. Following the deafening buzzing sound, the golden needle suddenly moved. Click. The needle moved to the 1 position. The crisp sound of the needle moving instantly reverberated between heaven and earth. Everyone who was watching from below was also shocked. It moved. The infinite divine dial moved. She actually has the bloodline power of a god-level expert in her body. I wonder how many points she can reach. Chu Luiyue raised her head to look at the needle and let out a sigh of relief. Then, she allowed the force in her body to flow into her palm. At the same time, the needle on the infinite divine dial quickly moved to the 2 position. Then, it quickly jumped to the 3 position. Gasps could be heard coming from the crowd. How can it be so fast? Chapter 1086. There were a total of 12 numbers on the infinite divine dial. Each number represented a different level of bloodline talent. The infinite divine dial was activated the moment it sensed the bloodline power. Every step the needle took required the support of a stronger bloodline power. Those with weak bloodline power would struggle to reach 2 or 3, which would basically be the end of the trial. Those who were slightly stronger would reach 4 or 5. It was worth mentioning that the further one went, the greater the difference in bloodline power represented by these numbers. Therefore, many people could not continue after a few steps. Because their bloodline power was not enough to make the needle move to the next number. But now, Duguyu had jumped to a 3 in the blink of an eye. They did not even have time to react. However, just as everyone was in shock, the needle on the infinite divine dial had jumped forward again. 4. Many people held their breaths in shock as they stared unblinkingly at the scene on the mountain peak, afraid that they would miss something. As long as she took another step, she would pass the final test. Then, the position of princess consort would be at her fingertips. At this moment, there were many more people who were more nervous than Chu Luiyue. Jiang Hetian and the rest were already stunned by the scene before them. Just a moment ago, they thought that Duguyu would fail, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, the needle of the infinite divine dial had already pointed to 4. Jiang Ji-won clenched his sleeves. No way, so many people had been trapped here before, she should not be an exception. How could an outsider have any bloodline power to speak of? Chu Luiyue looked up. The light on the infinite divine dial seemed to be getting stronger as the needle moved. At this moment, half of her hand was almost covered by that dazzling golden light. As the water droplet in her dantian spun, the power that flowed into her palm was also increasing. Chu Luiyue blinked her eyes when she saw the number 4 written on it. Didn't they say that reaching 5 meant passing? She thought it would be difficult, but she had already reached this step without much effort. Were they serious about what they said before, or were they just trying to scare her? If the people below knew what Chu Luiyue was thinking, they would probably vomit blood. Who would use this kind of thing to scare you? Who can you blame for being a pervert? Just as these thoughts flashed through Chu Luiyue's mind, the needle moved forward again. Crack. The needle had reached 5. Halfway up the mountain, everyone was dead silent. The mountain breeze at night carried a hint of coldness that poured into one's neck, almost chilling one's heart. Jiang Ji-won shuddered. Her face was pale, and she bit her lips until they bled. It was as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. Duguyu actually succeeded so easily. Ziyuan. It took her a while to react before she heard Jiang Hetian calling her from the side. Jiang Hetian's expression was also complicated. Ziyuan, she might have used some tricks to do it. Don't take it to heart. You see, the matter of her contracting 2 divine beasts was still strange. Who knew that this time, Dad? Jiang Ji-won interrupted him and twitched the corner of her mouth without a smile. If it was anything else, it would be fine, but that's the infinite divine dial. Who could play tricks on it? If Duguyu could do this, then everyone had to admit it. Jiang Hetian choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only keep his mouth shut and pray in his heart for Duguyu to stop and not continue. Crack. The needle moved to the middle position. It officially pointed to 6. Chu Luiyue found that the interval between each jump was slightly longer than before. At this time, of course, she didn't know that this speed was far beyond the expectations of the people below. When the needle moved to the bottom, Chu Luiyue stood closer and saw it more clearly. The golden needle was emitting a lustrous glow. It was sacred and powerful. There were intricate and exquisite patterns carved on it. Countless lines intersected, outlining a strange pattern. It looked like some kind of cloud pattern, but it was much more intricate and complicated. Just by looking at the patterns on it, Chu Luiyue seemed to feel a majestic and ancient aura coming at her. At the same time, the water droplet in her dantian seemed to be summoned by something, and the 7 magnificent patterns rippled with the water droplet. The force surged. The needle passed the middle position and continued to jump forward. In the blink of an eye, it had turned to the shocking 7. Impossible. At this time, Elder Yu Jing and the others finally couldn't hold back and changed their expressions. If it was said that Duguyu could barely pass, they could accept it. But now, everything clearly showed that her bloodline talent was very strong. In the whole Yuntian Tower, to be able to achieve this result, she was definitely a top genius. It's strange that she can summon the infinite divine dial. In my opinion, she might not be an outsider. As for her true identity, I'm afraid we'll have to investigate carefully. Elder Qingchen stroked his beard and said meaningfully. Not an outsider? Then who would she be? Could it be that she's really from a clan in the Divine Ruins world? Elder Yu Jing asked doubtfully. Then why didn't she directly reveal her true identity and instead pretended to be an outsider? Ordinary people in the Divine Ruins world wouldn't be interested in doing such a thing and lowering their status for no reason. Let's just wait and see. Anyway, when the infinite divine dial finally stops, her bloodline totem will appear. Elder Qingchen said calmly, when the time comes, everything will be known. When the needle pointed to 7, the strange feeling in Chu Liuyue's heart grew stronger. Those people said that it was very difficult, but she didn't seem to feel anything. Logically speaking, this result should be very good, right? Even if she stopped here, as long as she reached this number, it would be enough for her to take the position of princess consort. But she seemed to be able to continue. Chu Liuyue's heart was tangled for a while. While he was lost in thought, the needle jumped again to the 8th position. At this time, the bloodline talent she displayed was the same as Jiang Hetian's. At this time, everyone had quieted down. For some reason, looking at the figure on the top of the mountain and the huge shining infinite divine dial, Jiang Jiwan's heart suddenly trembled. If this continued, then wouldn't Dugu Yu and her, click. The huge needle didn't have any intention of stopping and continued to jump. 9. Digression, my whole day was ruined by a mouthful of chili. I'll struggle for a while. There's another one around 7. Chapter 1087. Jiang Jiwan's vision turned black, and she almost fainted. The rest of the people were speechless as they looked at this scene and were at a loss of what to do. Hee. I knew this girl could do it. 36 respected Elder Ming's face was full of smiles, and he simply couldn't close his mouth. Look. 9. That's 9. Just based on this result, she's already stronger than many people. Right, Yu Jing, what did you say just now? You said that you, is an outsider and not worthy of the position of princess consort? 36 respected Elder Ming dug his ears. Respected Elder Yu Jing's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Dugu Yu to really have such capabilities. Now, no matter what, she was firmly in the position of princess consort. 36 respected Elder Ming was very happy when he saw that these few people were refuted until they couldn't say anything. He then slowly looked towards Rongxiu. Your Highness, why aren't you going to fetch the girl down personally? Rongxiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and there were waves in his eyes. There's no hurry now. What? 36 respected Elder Ming was stunned. He blinked his eyes and then gasped. You mean, she can still continue to break through? Almost no one believed that Chu Luyue could still continue. In the entire Yuntian Tower, those who could reach 9 were already very rare. After so many years, including Jiang Jiwan, there were less than 5 of them. There was no one who could go any higher. Oh, that wasn't right either. Rongxiu, the saint, was the only one who had reached a higher level. Moreover, he had directly skipped 10 and reached 11. He was undoubtedly the top genius in the Yuntian Tower for thousands of years. Other than him, the others were at most 9. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that Chu Luyue should have ended after reaching this number. But at this moment, Rongxiu and 36 respected Elder Ming's words suddenly woke them up. Many people looked up. Someone suddenly yelled. Her bloodline totem hasn't appeared yet. Yes. The bloodline totem would only appear after the end of the level evaluation. But now, the infinite divine dial that was emanating golden light was as clean as before. Everything clearly indicated that her bloodline test was not over yet. Chu Luyue could clearly feel the origin power surging wildly in his palm. Power surged around her body, causing her clothes to flutter. At this moment, although she couldn't hear the various discussions and exclamations below, she was very clear in her heart that she should have reached an extremely crucial juncture. 9. His rank was even higher than Jiang Hetian's. If she were to be taken out, she would definitely be qualified to be a princess consort. She was actually thinking about another thing now. How did she make the needle tick? Could it be that she also had that so-called bloodline power in her body? But why didn't she know about it? It directly and straightforwardly wrapped around the tip of the needle. Then, that ball of light suddenly dispersed. The needle finally stopped shaking and steadily stopped at the 11th position. A bit of black light quietly dissipated. Chapter 1088. Between heaven and earth, everything was dark. Only the everlasting divine dial shone brightly, divine and dazzling. A gentle breeze blew, and Chu Liuyue's sleeves fluttered. As she watched the incomplete pattern on the infinite divine dial disappear with a loud bang, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Who? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. She managed to stop it at the very last moment. Chu Luyue rejoiced inwardly. Just a little more, and the needle would have reached 12. It was fortunate that she managed to save it in time. If the crowd below knew what she was thinking, they would probably vomit blood. Everyone was fighting to make the needle move 2 more times, but she was afraid that it would continue to move, so she stopped it. Chu Luyue retracted her hand. The light on the infinite divine dial gradually dimmed. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the infinite divine dial gradually disappeared into the void. At the top of the mountain, only the light of the lantern illuminated the woman's figure. Straight, slender, and graceful. She turned around and leaped onto the bridge formed by the golden light. Her footsteps were elegant, and her figure was light. In the blink of an eye, she was back in the ethereal hall. She jumped down from the bridge. Rong Xiu waved his sleeves, and the golden light dissipated into countless stars. In the darkness, the woman seemed to have walked out of the endless light. She walked up to Rong Xiu and smiled. How is it? Are you satisfied with this result? Rong Xiu looked at her with deep eyes. His thin lips curled up slightly as he smiled. Yuer is always the best. Chu Liuyue's eyes curved into crescents, but she soon realized that the surroundings were completely silent. She was stunned for a moment. She looked at the crowd and blinked her eyes in confusion, only to see them looking at her with shocked expressions. Were they stunned by that 11? Chu Luyue pondered. However, at this moment, Lin Tianfeng suddenly muttered, "That's right. Miss Dugu, your face." Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately touched her face. Smooth and delicate. It was her own face. Chu Luyue widened her eyes slightly and looked at Rong Xiu, only to see Rong Xiu holding back his laughter and saying gently, "Don't you feel uncomfortable wearing that mask?" As expected, the mask had fallen off. What Chu Luyue didn't know was that when the needle of the everlasting divine dial pointed to 10, the mask on her face had already silently disappeared. It was just that she had placed all her attention on the everlasting divine dial at that time, so she didn't notice this. Under such circumstances, Chu Luyue suddenly dropped his mask. For a moment, he felt a little awkward. Cough. Chu Luyue coughed to cover it up. It's all right. During this period of time, she had been showing her face to others, so she had gotten used to it. Rong Xiu reached out and tidied up her messy hair that was blown by the mountain wind. His actions were rare and gentle. He looked at her as if he was looking at a rare treasure, and treated her with extreme care. After a short moment of silence, the crowd finally broke out into whispers. So this is Duguyu's true appearance. Otherworldly and elegant. Truly a beauty capable of toppling cities. I originally thought that Miss Jiang was already beautiful enough, but compared to her, Miss Jiang seems to have instantly become much duller. With such an appearance, no wonder His Highness the Holy Sun is so fond of her. Furthermore, her bloodline talent is also so high. After regaining their senses, many people exclaimed. Jiang Jiwan stared blankly at the 2 people standing side by side not far away. When she saw that Duguyu's bloodline had surpassed hers, her heart had already turned cold. At that time, the only consolation she could give herself was that although Duguyu was outstanding in other aspects, she had an ordinary face. At least in this aspect, she had won against Duguyu. But now, she knew that she was gravely mistaken. Duguyu. So this is what she looks like. She was wearing an ordinary red dress, and her hair was tied up simply. She did not wear any makeup, but she seemed to be more beautiful than the myriad of sceneries in the world. When she stood there, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed in an instant. Countless golden light spots dissipated behind her, illuminating her snow-white jade-like face. A pair of jade-like eyes seemed to ripple like water, and countless stars seemed to be hidden in them. She smiled, and her eyes curved into crescents. This was probably what it meant to be a beauty capable of toppling countries. Although she did not want to admit it, Jiang Jiwon knew that compared to her, she was indeed inferior. Since young, she had been the most outstanding in all aspects. Everything was the best. This was the first time she had been so thoroughly defeated by another girl. This blow came so quickly that she was a little dazed for a moment. For a moment, she even felt a bit of regret. She should not have come. From the beginning to the end, this banquet was just specially organized by Rong Xiu for her. He had put in so much effort for her, and he had done everything he could for her. Even though he knew that there would be countless objections if he allowed this girl to become the consort, he still did it. As for her, from the beginning to the end, he had not even spared her a single glance. She was nothing more than a joke. Rong Xiu helped Chu Lua tidy up her hair and clothes, and his gaze lingered on her face for a moment. In truth, it had been a long time since he last saw her face. If not for the fact that they were still in the ethereal hall, and there were still people around, with such thoughts in mind, Rong Xiu wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. He turned around to look at Yu Jing and the others. Now, the consort position should belong to Yue, right? Yu Jing and the others glanced at one another. Initially, they had rushed back to stop Rong Xiu, and the reason and excuse they came up with were reasonable. But who knew that Dugu would actually pass all of them? It would be bad if they were to go back on their words now. I didn't expect Miss Dugu to have such a top-notch bloodline talent as well. I apologize for my ignorance earlier. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us, Miss Dugu. Elder Jingchen was the first to react. After recovering from his shock, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and spoke with an amiable expression. It's just that, for some reason, the bloodline totem on the infinite divine dial didn't display its full strength. Given that Miss Dugu possesses such a powerful bloodline talent, I believe that her clan must be extremely powerful as well, right? May I know, which clan do you belong to? Hearing those words, everyone turned to look at Chu Luyue. This was also what they were curious about. Chu Luyue blinked her eyes and smiled. I'm just an ordinary clan outside the ethereal hall. It's not worth mentioning. Miss Dugu, are you still unwilling to reveal your identity at this point? If you aren't from a clan in the world of gods, it's impossible for the infinite divine dial to display such a level. Elder Yu Jing said impatiently. In his opinion, Chu Luyue was just refusing to admit it, so there was no point in doing so. I forgot to introduce you. Rong Xiu suddenly spoke up. This is Ai's fiancé in the Empire of Glory Dawn, as well as the future consort of the Yuntian Tower, Shanghai Yu. Chapter 1089. Many people in the Yuntian Tower in the Empire of Yaochen had heard of this place. This was because Rong Xiu's mother had secretly married the Emperor of the Empire of Yaochen. Everyone in the Yuntian Tower knew that he was the 7th prince of the Empire of Yaochen. These things had already spread like wildfire when they found Rong Xiu. Almost everyone knew about it. It was also because of this that Rong Xiu had always been regarded as a disgrace to the clan. If not for the fact that the infinite divine dial had automatically appeared in front of the sacrificial god temple and detected his astonishing talent and bloodline, he might have already been killed in front of all the ancestral tablets of the Yuntian K sect. Over the years, as Rong Xiu's cultivation improved, his authority in the Yuntian Tower also increased. Gradually, everyone stopped mentioning this matter. This time, it was Rong Xiu's first time mentioning it. His goal was self-evident, to secure the position of Chu Liuyue's princess consort. Elder Yu Jingzuan and the others were shocked at first. Then, they looked at each other and frowned. According to His Highness, this Dugu. No, this Shangguan Yu really had an ordinary background? But how could they explain the infinite divine dial's reaction? There had never been such a situation before. Your Highness, Miss Shangguan is an outsider, but she was tested to be ranked 11 and has an extremely powerful bloodline talent. It's really strange, from a certain perspective, I can be considered an outsider, but didn't I also test to be ranked 11? You revered elders have repeatedly brought up this point. Could it be that you also have the same attitude towards this lord's identity? Rong Xiu interrupted Elder Yu Jingzuan's words and said calmly. I wouldn't dare. Elder Yu Jingzuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately denied it. Even if that was what they were thinking, how could they say it out loud? Besides, Rong Xiu, an outsider, had the best bloodline talent of the Yuntian Tower in the past thousands of years. They had no choice but to accept this. 36 Revered Elder Ming smiled and said, Little Yu, from today onwards, you are the Holy Sun's princess consort. Honored Elder Yu Jing wanted to say something but hesitated. Honored Elder Qing Chen gave him a meaningful glance. 36 Revered Elder Ming had a noble status and was the most senior among the revered elders. Even if Revered Elder Tong Chuan was here, he would have to give him some face. What about the others? As soon as he opened his mouth, the people around him were left with no room for rebuttal. They had made it clear that they were going to do this today. Whoever disagreed would be publicly going against the saint and 36 Revered Elder Ming. He really couldn't act rashly. Elder Yu Jingzuan took a deep breath and swallowed the rest of his words. Elder Pure Dust was able to control his expression quite well. He bowed slightly. Greetings, Your Highness. Seeing that he was already like this, Honored Elder Yu Jing and Honored Elder Shi Kaiyan could only follow. Greetings, Your Highness. The people around them were still a little stunned. It's settled just like that? Even the revered elders have publicly acknowledged this person's identity? Then, congratulations to His Highness and Your Highness. A voice suddenly came from the quiet crowd. It was Lin Qifei who took a step forward and bowed first. This voice finally caused everyone to react. Almost everyone spoke in unison and bowed respectfully. Congratulations to His Highness and Your Highness. Chu Luiyue looked at Rong Xiu. Just like that, it's settled? It seemed a little too simple. Rong Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly, chuckled softly, and suddenly held her hand. Chu Luiyue wore an ancient universe ring on her hand. He gently brushed his fingertips over it. The upper layer suddenly faded, and a dazzling golden light shone brightly. Only then did Chu Luiyue see that the Yuntian Tower's totem was carved on the ring. She was slightly stunned and suddenly understood something. The holy ring. 36 Revered Elder Ming stood nearby and saw the ring on her hand at a glance. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. When the crowd heard this, they all revealed a look of shock. The holy ring was actually on her hand? Rong Xiu explained. The holy ring is the status symbol of the Yuntian Tower's holy sun. It is also a keepsake given to the concubines of the past. Chu Luiyue was stunned. So, you gave it to me so early? Rong Xiu chuckled softly. His eyes were gentle, but there was a noble and domineering aura that couldn't be disobeyed. It's yours anyway. Why should it be early or late? Jiang Jiwan turned and left. Jiang Hetian quickly chased after her. Ziyuan? Ziyuan. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Rong Xiu and Chu Luiyue. His expression was extremely complicated. It seemed like he was angry, but also seemed to be resentful. His Highness treats Miss Shangguan very well. It turns out that my immortal water tomb is not worthy of her. I will take my leave now. I hope that the two of you will also be treated well by the Patriarch in the future. Grow old together. Who is he using the Patriarch to threaten? Rong Xiu's lips curved up into an elegant smile. Patriarch Jiang, you don't have to worry about it. Thank you for your blessing. Jiang Hetian was so angry that he swung his sleeve and left. The remaining people of the immortal water tomb also hurriedly bowed and left. Many people secretly exchanged glances. The concubine position was taken by Shengguanyu. The immortal water tomb wouldn't let it go so easily, especially since Jiang Jiwan was the Patriarch's favorite concubine candidate. there would be more trouble in the future. However, Rong Xiu didn't seem to care about this. He glanced at the sky. It's getting late. Everyone should disperse. The wedding day will be decided later. I hope that everyone will come again at that time. After speaking, he looked at Chu Luyue. It's been a long journey. Do you want to rest now? Chu Luyue paused and smiled. Okay. But I haven't seen your highness for a long time. I miss you. I wonder if your highness has the time to catch up with me? Rong Xiu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Everything is up to you, Sacrificial God Temple. The Holy Sun's bedroom. Yan Qing and Umo were guarding outside the main hall. After a day and night of work, the two of them were actually very tired. But they didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, they were especially alert and focused on guarding. From time to time, they would glance inside, afraid that something would happen. Even though he couldn't see or hear anything from where he was standing, he couldn't see or hear anything. After waiting for a while, Umo finally couldn't help but poke Yan Qing and ask in a low voice, "Hey, it's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement inside?" He originally thought that the concubine would at least make a scene with his highness. After being kept in the dark for so long, who wouldn't be angry? Could it be that the concubine has finally been moved by his highness's good intentions? So, Yan Qing was speechless and looked at him in disdain. If you don't need your brain, you can donate it. Umo was immediately unhappy. Hey, why are you scolding me? Aren't I just thinking for his highness and the concubine? Yan Qing turned around to take a look. You should eat more vegetarian food and pray to Buddha to accumulate merit for your master. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.